Hello, and a very warm welcome to Global Sources Virtual Summit. I'm your host, Meghla Bhardwaj, and over the next 2 days, get ready to up your sourcing game because we're bringing you the latest and the newest strategies in sourcing, logistics, and quality control. And I'm so excited to be joined by my co-host, Karen, in Hong Kong. Hi, Karen. How are you doing?
Hi, Megla. Good morning.
Good morning. Good early morning.
Yeah, and good evening, good afternoon for people around the world. So happy to be here on screen for the first time.
Yes, it's
So,
going to be so much fun
yeah,
co-hosting this summit with you. And it's super cold in Hong Kong too, right?
yeah. Yesterday was 6 degrees, and today was 10 when I woke up. I guess it's getting better, and the rain kind of stopped. So let's hope it'll be warmer in the day.
Awesome, awesome. All right, so I see quite a few people joining in, and so we're going to get started. But before we do, I want you guys to let us know where you're joining us from. So type in the comments which city you're from, which country you're from, and we will get started over here. So what we want to do first is just go over the agenda for the next 2 days and let you know what to expect at the summit in the next 2 days. So I'm just going to share my screen over here, go over some slides, and we'll get started. So first of all, what exactly is Global Sources Summit? This is among the world's first Amazon and e-commerce conferences, and we've been hosting this summit in Hong Kong in person since 2016. And it has been held twice a year. It was always co-located with Global Sources exhibitions. And this is the 12th edition of Global Sources Summit. My God, it's how time flies.
And
But
I just
the
learned
summit,
from
of
you
course,
that you've been working for all 12 of them.
yes, I worked for all 12 of them, and I started
Yeah.
working on the summit in 2015. So yeah, it's been exciting, and so much has changed in the industry over the last 6 years. But yeah, very exciting. And we've of course been doing this for, virtually for the last 2 years. So this is the fourth time that we're hosting the summit virtually, and hopefully later this year we might be able to do it in person. We don't know. Well, fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
Okay.
Yes.
And also, we want to remind you to register for the summit. Even though this is a free summit, it's being live streamed on Global Sources social media channels. If you do register, there are some benefits. First of all, you will receive notifications, and then you can also join our exclusive attendees Telegram group, where we are sharing information and other news updates around the year, as well as you'll get to download a free ebook when you join the Telegram group. So go ahead and register for the summit. It's totally free to register. Click on globalsource.com/summit and go ahead and register there. So the summit is going to be held over 2 days. If you're in the US, it's the 22nd, 21st and the 22nd. And we have one session early morning, 23rd. And if you're in Hong Kong or Asia and Australia, it's the 22nd and the 23rd. Now, the summit is going to be held over 4 sessions. And I'll just tell you how exactly you can attend all 4 sessions. But before that, this time for the summit, we're going to focus on some key topics: sourcing, logistics, and quality control. So all of the content that we share is going to be focused around these topics because we thought that the supply chain has been so disrupted in the last couple of years that we wanted to give you guys some insights and strategies on what's really working and how to fix the supply chain. So we've got a whole group of experts that specialize in sourcing, logistics, and quality control, and that's really going to be the focus for the summit this time. What to expect? First of all, hundreds of actionable tips to up your sourcing game. We have handpicked all of the speakers for the summit. All of these speakers are practitioners. They are experts in their respective fields, and they're going to be presenting informational content. There's no promotional or marketing content. It's 100% educational, informational content. We've got 15 expert speakers from around the globe: the US, Australia, UK, Europe, all over the world. And we've got almost 10 hours of live sessions. So all of the sessions are going to be hosted live, which is very advantageous because you can engage with the speakers. You can ask any questions that you might have. But if you're not able to attend any of the sessions live, the replays will also be available at the same link where you're watching the live. So immediately after the live ends, the replay will be available at the same link. So you can watch the replays as well. And we've got some suppliers joining us too. And Karen will be introducing the suppliers to us. So, Karen, do you want to tell us about these product highlights that you're going to be showing from suppliers?
Yes, we have handpicked about 16 suppliers from our global sources platform from around the world, and they'll be presenting their selected products such as eco-friendly garment, electronics, home decor, or kitchenware, just all the different things I can think of and be selling on Amazon. So that, yeah, they'll be sharing some best-selling products for you to choose from.
Yeah. Awesome. And then, Karen, do you also want to tell people about the prizes? And we've got so many
Yay.
big prizes now and one mega prize. Are we telling people what the mega prize is?
Well, I'm going to let our special speakers tell them what that is. But I can tell people that we have prizes ranging from about 150 US to 1500 US.
Ooh,
So
wow, that's a
we'll
mega
have,
prize.
so we'll have quizzes at the end of each of the 4 sessions, and then be a quick Q&A session. Whoever answers the question quickest on our channels will get the prize. Well, I can give you guys a little hint of what there's going to be. There's going to be free access to our paid workshop, free services or membership from our speakers. They're so generous this time. I'm so happy. And also some special courses to give you tips on how to do your Amazon business better.
Awesome. Yes. And we're not going to disclose what the mega prize worth $1,500 is going to be, but you're going to have to join tomorrow's session at this time to stand a chance to win that prize.
Yes.
Okay. So so stay until the end of the sessions, because if you're not joining us live, you will not be able to win these prizes. So we've got 2 days of amazing content for you guys, all focused around sourcing, logistics, and quality control. And we've also got 2 sponsors. We'll talk about the sponsors in a bit. They're Gembah and SellerX, and 1 live conference. And best of all, it is absolutely free for you to join. So how to join the 4 sessions? Now, we're live streaming on various social media channels, including Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube. But the easiest way to find the sessions is to go on the Global Sources YouTube channel, and under all videos, look for upcoming live streams. And then you can click on set reminder on the 4 videos that you see over here. These are scheduled posts for each of the live streams. But if you have signed up for this summit, you will also receive these links via email, and you can join our Telegram group where we're also going to be posting reminders. So that's how to join the session. So let's take a minute to talk about our sponsors. And one of our sponsors is Gembah. They're actually the world's first global marketplace for product development. And they're a company that really specializes in product development. So if you have a product that you are conceptualizing, that if you have an idea, you can come to Gembah and they can actually put your idea to make it into a reality. And they're offering an exclusive free consultation for summit attendees. So if you click on this link, Gembah-consult, you can book a call with them, and you can get a consultation session where they might help you to either find a supplier if you already have product design files, or if you have an idea, you can talk to one of their ideation experts, and they might give you ideas of how to take the next step for your product. So I'm just going to quickly play a short video about Gembah. So do check out the link. And if you do have a product in mind, Gembah will be able to help you bring the product to life. And our next sponsor is SellerX. We want to thank SellerX for partnering with the Global Sources Summit. And they basically buy Amazon businesses and take the businesses to the next level. And they are offering a free business evaluation for Global Sources Summit attendees. So if you do have an Amazon business, even if you're just starting, even if the business is not exit ready yet, if it's just maybe doing less revenue, you can still contact them because they will give you a free evaluation and they will tell you what your business is worth now and what you can do to make it more valuable moving forward. So let's take a quick look at this video about SellerX. So we will have representatives from SellerX and Gembah joining us to answer your questions and to tell you more about their services. So, okay, let's keep moving here. So this is most important. It's live. Global Source Summit is live. Unlike a lot of other conferences that are pre-recorded, we prefer to do it live so that you can engage with speakers and ask them your questions directly. So make sure that you are joining the sessions live, you're asking your questions, you're interacting with the speakers. And Karen?
Yes. So just a reminder again, don't leave us. Stay till the end of every session and you'll get the mega USD 1,500 prize.
Exactly.
And have fun. You'll be learning throughout this 10 plus hours of training or conference.
Exactly. You're going to be learning, but it's also important to just have fun and enjoy the conversations, enjoy the content. So let's get started. But before we do, I want to take a look at the comments and I want to see where people are joining us from. So, oh my gosh, we've got people from, we've got David from Western Australia. We've got Kat from Los Angeles, Jane Proctor from Wellington, Sami from Bangladesh, Salute from Moscow. Wow. What a global audience we have. Dhaka, Canada. Mustafa from West Africa. Awesome. Andy says, everybody knows where Sierra Leone is. Trish is joining from Melbourne. Hi, Trish. Nice to see you here. Trish lived in Kenya. All right. Brilliant.
Wow.
Bahamas, from Peru, originally from Bahamas. Wow. And we've got Rowie from New Zealand. Hi, Rowie. It's so nice to see you over here. Awesome. Okay, so let's get started with the first session. And what we want to quickly do is give you an overview of Global Sources. And we've got a brand new website that Global Sources has launched recently with some very exciting features. I'm going to invite Marina from Global Sources to tell us all about this new website. Hi, Marina. How are you doing?
Hi, my God. Hi, Karen. I'm good. Thank you.
Good morning.
Awesome.
Good morning.
So Marina, I'm going to share your slides and let's get started. We want to tell our viewers what's new with Global Sources. All right, over to you.
Okay. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Marina, and today I'm going to talk about why you should consider sourcing through Global Sources as the Global Sources Online, your professional sourcing assistant. So I will tell you why we should consider sourcing through Global Sources. I will tell you about the new features of the Global Sources app version 5.0, and we will have a demo of the brand new Global Sources website, and at the end we will have a short Q&A session. So Global Sources connecting buyers and suppliers over the past 50 years, and most of our suppliers are verified. We have over 1 million products, including the products with lower MOQ and ready-to-order products. We also have new sourcing markets for you to consider, South Korea, Vietnam, and India. And you can also earn points as you source with our new Sourcing Club program. We also have the online and offline services for you. The trade shows in Hong Kong, Shanghai, and Indonesia. Online events such as virtual summit, sourcing talks, and webinars. And we have the Global Sources Match, the business matching service that fit your sourcing requirements with verified suppliers from Global Sources. And you can learn about the suppliers using the 360-degree virtual tour and product reviews. And if you haven't installed the latest update yet, Please consider doing this because we have a new exciting features, the free video and free voice calls with the suppliers. So once you reach this supplier, you can discuss the products with them live and you can look into the products. And these are the QR codes you can scan and install the app right now, or you can simply search for global sources in your favorite marketplace. So let's go for the demo. I'm going to
All
share
right, so
my
let's go for the
screen.
demo. The demo is the more exciting part. So I'm going to remove your slides and then you can go ahead and share your screen. Let's get started. And for those of you who might not be aware, Global Sources was actually established in 1971. So it's a super mature and well established company. And people are very surprised when I mention this. But yeah, it's a very old company. It's one of the very first, if not the first, uh, B2B sourcing platforms in the world. So yeah. So, okay, let's get started with. Okay, so we can see your screen now, Marina. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is the brand new Global Sources website. It was launched in January this year. And we have a few options for you to source. So if you are not aware about the products, you would like to learn more, what do we have for you? You can consider the most popular section over here on top. You can also look into analyst choice products, the products selected by a group of our analysts. You can also look into the products with low MOQ, the new products of the market, the ready-to-order products, and also the new sourcing regions, those that I mentioned. You can also look into the categories over here, or you can simply type in the keyword of your interest. Let's say I'm interested in headphones. So I'm just typing headphones, click enter, and these are the results that I got. So you can narrow down the results by using any of the supplier business type filters over here, or some verified certifications, some filters like supplier location. But we also have new filters. They are feature specific filters. So I may consider looking into waterproof headphones. This is interesting. Let's have a look. So you can look into the products. You can also look into the product videos the suppliers posted. So let's have a look at one of the products. So this is the product I'm looking for. There's some price differentiation by quantity. I can look into the product information, payment details. And one thing I would like to highlight is the way you can learn about the suppliers, the company that created this product. You would like to learn that they are capable to create this product, that they are trustworthy. So you'll just click on the company name and you'll get to the supplier website on the global sources. You can look that they are verified manufacturer, have a business with global sources for 1 year, and some other details, company information over here, trade shows. And one of the exciting features I want to talk about is the 360 virtual degree tour. So if I'll click start tour, I'll get this link. So let's have a look.
This is
See?
really awesome. This is my favorite new feature. So you can actually see what the factory looks like and you can go inside the factory. So this is an outside view of the building. But yeah, what
Yes,
else
so
is there?
let's have a look. So you can look into reception, zoom in, zoom out, go to the office, you see? And what is also very interesting to see is how the supplier are checking their own products. You see how detailed this information is. Okay, the warehouse, how the products are stored before they will be shipped to the customers. You see? Okay. Um, any other information? Isn't it great? You
It's
can,
absolutely fantastic, yeah, and it really gives you an idea of, how what the production facilities look like, what kind of equipment the supplier has, and how organized and structured their whole factory is. So it really gives you a good idea of what to expect when you're sourcing from this company. Fantastic, I love it. What
exactly.
do you guys think? All of you watching, let us know what do you think of this new cool feature, 360-degree factory tour. All right, keep going,
I would
Marina.
like I would like to also mention that some buyers may want to visit the suppliers, talk to them face to face, do some check-in. And this might be time consuming and pricey these days. So this feature should help you to learn more about the suppliers when you are in the office, and then you can consider sourcing through them. Okay? And now you know about this feature, you can just simply look for these 360 icons. So if you see the supplier has this icon, the product page has this icon, then you can look into more details. So another way to source is to consider ready to order products. So this is the filter. I'll just click on it. And I got all the waterproof headphones that are ready to order. Let me show you how to place the order. So this is the product page, and I'll just click the start order button. Okay, let me refresh it again. Okay, let's try another product. How about this one? So for the ready to order product, I'll just need to enter my quantity, and the minimum quantity for this product is 100 pieces. So I'll just click 100 and start order. Okay. So once you submit the order, you will get the sourcing club points. And another way to source is to submit the request for quotation. What if your product required some customization? Then you may look into this function, request for quotations. So you'll just provide all the information about the product that you would like to have and submit, and global sources will find matching suppliers that can create the product based on your requirement. Then you can compare quotes and contact the suppliers. Also, as I mentioned, you will earn some points as you source. You can learn more about the ways how to earn points. Just click on Earn Points program. You can do some sourcing activities as well as attending the trade shows. And you can also redeem rewards. And you'll just simply click Redeem Now and get the reward that you would like to have.
So what are some of the
Okay,
rewards that people can redeem?
okay, they are either tangible things, the products, let me show you. Yeah, or some gift cards at the moment.
So gift cards, or there are also vouchers for global sources. So if you want to place an actual order on
Yes.
global sources, you can use these vouchers to actually place orders. So I think that's pretty cool. I mean, all you need to do is, like use the global sources website, send inquiries, do business as usual, and then you're getting points and you can redeem those points. It's sort of similar to airlines or any of the, credit card companies, for example. So yeah, how cool is this? I really like this feature too. I think these are two of my favorites, the 360 factory tour and then these points.
Okay.
Awesome. What else, Marina? Do we have anything else?
Okay. Yes. So we have some personalized content on the global sources, either emails or also some content on the homepage, some recommended suppliers. And you may want to tell global sources your sourcing preferences. So you'll just go to your account here. Okay. Go to the setting, sourcing preferences setting, and you'll just add whatever sourcing preferences you have. It can be products from different categories. And then you will see the personalized content.
Yeah, so this is very useful, and I think it can be very efficient as well. So if you specify the categories you're interested in, whenever you visit Global Sources, you'll be able to see new products or products that are newly posted in those categories on Global Sources. And I think that's just a good way of keeping up to date with what's new in your categories. So yeah, very useful feature again, I think.
Yes, agreed. And also, some buyers may just start the business or they may want to learn more about how to source. So we have this services menu, and you can go to Sourcing Knowledge Center. You can learn about the best practices, analyst choice, products and articles, smart sourcing articles, industry trends, some news and events, and you can download the ebooks. And just in case you will have other questions, you can reach to Help Center, browse through the topics, and you can always contact the customer service team. They will be more than happy to help you 24 hours, 7 days a week. And yeah,
Awesome.
so
Yeah,
thank you.
that the content section is close to my heart because I'm more of a content person, and that section is very useful. There's just so much information that the team puts out. So yeah, fantastic.
Thank you.
And the,
Yes.
the platform makes it so easy for sourcing. Me as a beginner, learning from all this expert here, I'm going to just get a hunt for some product during our breaks and then see if I can make any profit out of that.
Run a small side e-commerce business. Huh?
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah, guys, let us know if you have any questions about the new Global Sources website. I think there are quite a few new features and also placing orders. Marina, do you want to just tell us a little bit more about placing orders? So, what happens when somebody places an order on the website? Is the fulfillment done by Global Sources, or are the products actually shipped by the suppliers? Can you just go over the process a little bit?
Okay. First of all, you will be paying through PayPal. That's why you will have this buyer protection from PayPal. But the products will be shipped by the suppliers. So once you place the order, you will continue talking to the suppliers. They will provide you some shipping quotes. If you agree with the terms and conditions, you can continue and just wait for your product to arrive.
Okay, brilliant. Yeah, guys, definitely check out all these new features and place orders. Now you can place orders on the Global Sources website. That is very cool. Well, Marina, thank you so much for joining us and giving us this tour of the new Global Sources website. Wishing you all the very best, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye
See you,
bye.
Bye.
Marina. Bye-bye.
Okay, that was pretty cool. So we're
Yes.
going to move on to the next session, which is the first session of Global Sources Virtual Summit, which is a panel discussion. And I'm going to be hosting this panel discussion. And Karen, I will see you in a couple of hours with some new and exciting suppliers.
Yes. See you in a bit.
All right, take care. All right, so let me now invite our panelists for our panel discussion over here. We've got Steven Selikoff, and we've got Sajak Agarwal, and we've got Benjamin Hopwood. Hi, everybody. How are you guys doing?
Hello.
Doing great. Glad to be on.
Yeah, doing well.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so
Are you
much for
able to
joining
hear
us
me?
for this. Yes, Steven. Yes, you're loud and clear. Brilliant. So yeah, thank you so much for joining us today for this panel discussion. And we're going to be talking about some of the sourcing trends that we expect to see in 2022 and what can people do to basically address these challenges that people are facing, because sourcing has been just so the whole supply chain has been distressed in the last couple of years because of COVID and all the changes that are happening. So very interested in learning what you guys are seeing out there and what advice you have for importers to manage their supply chains better. So before we get into questions, let's do introductions first. Stephen, do you want to give a quick introduction? I think most of the Global Sources audience knows you already because you're on our channel like every couple of months, but still for people who don't.
Hi, my name's Steve Selikoff. I run Product Development Academy, where we teach you to develop products from scratch. all the way through sales, both e-commerce and on retail store shelves. Um, I've been doing this since, well, I started with retailers in 2001 with selling to through excuse me, developing products in China since 2005, online on Amazon since 2006, and so I'm part of the old guard, and I'm happy to be here once again.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Sajag.
Hi, everybody. I'm Sanjay Agrawal. I've been in e-commerce for a little bit over a decade. Started with wholesale, retail arbitrage, ended up starting my own brand back in 2015, 2016. Grew that brand to a couple million a year. Most of our sales were on Amazon, but also brick and mortar and elsewhere. We created a lot of accessories, private labeled, also custom engineered a lot of products in the electronic space. So it's kind of my background. I'm currently the founder of Movely and CEO. And Movely is a product inspections company. We give you a full service quality control team for the process of inspection.
All right. Benjamin.
It's great to meet everyone tonight. So my name is Benjamin Hopwood. I'm with Gembah. Gembah is a managed marketplace for product development. What we do is that we help groups to identify how you can differentiate your products in the marketplace, and then find the right sourcing, but getting it all the way from napkin all the way delivered to you. Stephen and I could probably trade off some war stories on things. I also was in the China market.
We have the hair to prove it.
There must be something in the water. I also was in the China area since 2002, and we have teams though, not just in China, but in Vietnam and India, all over. Whether you're looking at Europe or you're looking at Mexico, we're there, and we're helping groups get new products into the market.
Fantastic. And Benjamin, I want to thank Gembah for partnering with Global Sources Summit and sponsoring the summit. So thank you for that. All right, so let's get started. And guys, I've got some questions for our panel over here, but everybody watching, if you have any questions, feel free to type them in the comment section, and our speakers will address your questions as well. So my first question to all three of you is, what are some of the big challenges you're seeing importers face in 2022? And Stephen, maybe we can start with you.
Well, let me. We all know there's a lot of challenges. I mean, every day you're hearing more and more news about the supply chain and so on. But let me hit on something that I've personally been seeing that I find a bit troublesome, and that is that during COVID and now during the problems afterwards, there have been a number of factories that have that's been sold, or they become trading companies and so on, and they still have the old name and everything else. So it really becomes super important that you vet and check out your supplier as much as possible. And I caught a little bit about the Global Sources 360 factory tour, and that's just a great tool that you should be using right now because of that. Obviously, when a factory is sold or changed, you have all sorts of quality issues. So I get the point to Sajag as well, because that's going to be really, really important. But for you, whether you're buying for your store or you're buying for e-commerce, whatever, it's important that you have, particularly when these changes are going on and there may be new people involved, you want to make sure that you communicate clearly, that you have achievable deadlines, and that you work with your shipper on these deadlines, because as I started off saying, the supply chain challenges are just huge, and changes with factories just make it a lot worse.
Exactly. Sajak, what about you? I mean, you're in the front line, so to speak. Your teams are visiting factories every day in China. So what sort of challenges are you seeing importers face nowadays?
Yeah, so it's been it's a complete mess at the inspection side, because we're always frontline. We're always going up to the factories, and there's been issues with COVID, with new restrictions coming on in different regions, and inspectors are not able to get there. We've had customers that, out of necessity had to skip inspections when they did not want to, ended up with really bad products. And just a lot of problems throughout the entire sphere. There's been like energy issues. We've seen energy outages. factories have, stopped producing 5 days out of the week in some areas, and now it's like 2 days. And a lot of that has been fixed up. It's not like as bad as it was, but it's kind of like there's been a lot of changes, a lot of differences that have been happening on the ground. Overall, kind of as Stephen was saying, quality is definitely a big impact. Factories are changing a lot because of, through going through COVID, going through all these different aspects. There's been a lot of changes to business, and that's affected factories quite a bit. But one of the biggest things that we've seen just in general is higher cost of goods, and that's what we've seen from the data that we've got from our clients. And it just seems like on a general basis, importers need to start accepting like higher prices. I mean, whether it's due to inflation, whether it's due to other factors. There's just higher prices for goods. Supply chain is becoming more expensive, and we're already seeing a lot of those impacts with freight and on the other side of things there. So now to see it kind of coming into the factory floor is a little bit concerning. So I would say that's kind of the biggest challenge we're seeing moving into 2022, for example, is just seeing very high costs or rising costs on the factory floor, down in supply chain, increased risk, increased costs with that risk, and so on.
So what are some of the reasons for increased costs? I mean, is it mostly, the shipping costs, of course, are very high. We know that, but are there also raw material increases or, general inflation? Can you tell us a little bit more about why exactly production costs are rising?
Yeah, so I'm definitely not a monetary specialist on inflation and, my thoughts on that. But, in a general sense, like, raw materials, I think, is a big piece to it. Like a lot of countries are, a lot of areas, because of COVID shutdowns, things like that, their supply chains have been lightly disrupted. Areas when China has a COVID shutdown, they get very aggressive sometimes in certain areas, and when they shut down things, they shut down things, and that when it hits businesses, when it hits production, when it hits things like that, you're changing your raw material suppliers pretty rapidly. At times like that, it was a real problem like a year ago. Now it's kind of reduced in a general sense, so it's not as much of an issue, but it's just a general like rising costs and rising costs of doing business. So even if let's say, even in the example that your costs don't go up on your actual products, there's an increased cost of risk, an increased cost of administration. You're spending more money on your supply chain in general. So it's an overall cost of business increase as well, not just on the product side.
Right. Benjamin, do you want to add your perspective?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest challenges that we're actually seeing in 2022, I would certainly echo what Stephen and Sajjad said, but it's also a mentality that people have right now, and I would say it's that of fatigue. People really want stuff to go back to normal, right? They want it to get back to a place where things feel a little bit more stable. And so there's a lot of hope that people have. So, for instance, if we're talking about the supply chain logistics, what we're not seeing, or I'm not seeing personally, is people making decisions that would really suggest that like they're taking risk into account in the way that they should. We can hope that, as an example, logistics prices will come down before the summertime, such that we're not going to see a knock-on effect that goes all the way through Q3 or Q4. But really asking the question and saying, what is the risk to my business if I'm wrong on either side of a question? So like, for instance, if you were to look at logistics costs, like there's a lot of people with kind of their magic 8 balls saying, do you think it's going to come down? Do you not think it's going to come down? But ultimately the question is like, what if you're wrong about one side or the other side? What is the inherent risk to your business? And then when we look at things like raw material costs or other things, is what type of discipline do you have going on right now internally as an organization to really engage with your suppliers and with their sub-suppliers to understand what solutions are available? And I think, again, it comes back to this fatigue where it's like the best thing, the easiest thing is just to go out and to visit. But if you're not able to do that, what are the alternative strategies that you need to begin executing on to really make sure that you're protecting your business going throughout the year?
Right. So optimizing supply chains, I guess, is really important amid all of these rising production costs and all of the shipping craziness that's been going on for a couple of years now. So what advice do you have for importers to optimize their supply chains? And Benjamin, why don't you go first?
Certainly. Yeah, so one of the very first things is to really sit down with your schedule this year and look at what are the cutoff dates by which point you need to be shipping in order to be in stock. Because there's, anytime you have disruptions like this that are going on, there's also huge opportunities, because if your competitor, and we'll talk about it a little bit later in the webinar, but if your competitor goes out of stock, that's huge for you if you are in stock. And so really making the decision of how much money makes sense from a rational basis for you to be spending, and what are the cutoff points at which point you need to make sure that you might go with higher types of costs, whether that's on logistics and or on incentivizing your manufacturer to make sure that you're at the front of the queue for these things. Again, it's one of these areas where a lot of times the game is around maintaining low costs. But again, I think really sitting down, setting up what are these milestones that you need to hit in 2022, and then making sure that you have a plan A, a plan B, and maybe even a plan C for going into that. Again, you don't have to do that with every decision, but make sure you understand what the major ones are.
Okay, that's good advice. Sajid, what about you? Do you have any tips or suggestions for people to optimize their supply chain? And is it different for different types of importers? So maybe a large company, for example, the way they manage their supply chains, is that going to be different from maybe how a small entrepreneur manages their supply chain? And what advice do you have for each type of importer?
Yeah, it's a really, really loaded question. So first of all, with what Benjamin was saying, definitely like huge emphasis on what he's saying there. I think getting serious about schedules is very, very important to be able to kind of plan out your supply chain, especially with logistical challenges, and kind of getting ahead of that. And I feel like that's more relevant to smaller sellers, especially because those are the guys that generally don't have their schedules put in place as much. They don't have as much infrastructure and process in the back end. So building up some of that process and getting serious about that, I think for the smaller seller is really, really key. I'd also add, just in a general sense, and this applies to big sellers, smaller sellers, on both ends, really kind of thinking get a little bit bigger as far as like sourcing. So, if you're able to source certain things closer to home, then great. That's, very helpful. But in a general sense, getting a little creative with your sourcing methodology, maybe looking into areas that, are more controlled or have less type of restrictions for COVID and other issues like that. And in general, just kind of expanding your base, that could be something that could be a good way to, start, hacking your supply chain a little bit there. And then lastly, I would say, look into consolidation. So consolidating your shipments. I think it's a very simple thing, but it's often overlooked. If you have 4 different factories in China in 4 different regions, instead of shipping them out at 4 different shipments, try to consolidate that into one shipment. It'll start reducing your costs. You can also start aggregating different elements. So if you have, one supplier that produces 10 of your SKUs instead of, 5 suppliers that produce, 2 of your SKUs each, that's going to significantly save you costs, whether it's in quality control, shipping, and other management expenses. And then obviously quality control. I think that's really, really paramount right now. And it only gets more important by the day.
Right. Stephen, what about you? Any suggestions from you?
I think both Benjamin and Sajak hit really, really good points. I'm going to be a little more controversial or harsh to anyone that's listening to this and watching this. Number one, what you've got to do is you've got to look at your calendar. If your calendar says 2016, then great. Stay on the same multipliers you're at, 30, 30, 30, and the 4x multipliers. If your calendar just says 2022, you want to be profitable, then you got to look at the way things are done these days. You're looking for a 7x multiplier. You want to make sure that you are making profit on your products. And this goes across the board, but particular for folks in e-commerce. You have to make sure you know your numbers for 2022, because if you're going to be profitable, that means you end up having money in your hand at the end of the month, not saying, oh, wow, I just broke even, but I was able to get the buy box, or I'm losing money, but this is an investment. There's not a single supplier you're going to deal with in China or India or Vietnam or Turkey that's going to say, let's make this deal because we're going to lose money. I don't want you guys to lose money either. So number one thing for 2022, get yourself in the mindset. If you have to make changes, get yourself a strong multiplier and make a profit.
What are some ways to make a profit? So get a strong multiplier, that's one. But are there things that people can do to optimize their current sourcing practices or their supply chain currently
Well,
with the products that they
absolutely.
currently have? What specifically can they do?
Don't be afraid to negotiate. Make sure that you're choosing products. If you're choosing products that have a line of 25 people behind you willing to step up and pay the same thing to that supplier that you're not willing to supply, then step out of the way. Let them make bad deals. And you find either a supplier or change your product, modify your product, as Benjamin had mentioned earlier, differentiate your product in a way that customers want, that allow you to get that higher price. And when you negotiate, take advantage of people like Sajak. Have an audit of your factory. This way, you know, as we talked about at the beginning, that you've got a factory that really is a factory, or you've got a supplier that can really provide what they're saying they're going to provide. And by doing an audit, not only are you letting them finding out about them, but they're finding out about you. They're finding out that you're a serious player. And that helps you establish that base when you are trying to negotiate. So audits are a great thing to do, both to help you and to start getting that negotiation going strongly.
And of course, Stephen, you're the master of negotiation, and we'll be talking about this a little bit later, but you're going to be doing a China sourcing workshop for us in a couple of months
Yes,
for
we
Global
will.
Sources. And you'll also be doing a section on negotiation over there. In fact, that's one of my favorite parts of the workshop, where you do a role play. So we'll talk about that in a little bit. I don't want to get ahead of myself. I'm just too excited about that workshop. So, Stephen, let's also talk about differentiation. And you mentioned this briefly, but can you give some tips and advice to people on how can they differentiate? Because it's not easy to do, and everybody just throws this word around, differentiate your product. But what does it exactly mean? Do people have to come up with an entirely new, innovative product that's not out there in the market? Not everybody can do that, right? But what are some ways to differentiate?
Um, there are lots of ways to differentiate, but I think the most important thing is to make sure you're differentiating the right way. That's critical. I mean, if you are someone who produces, I don't know, karate belts, you know, you've all seen those karate belts, black belt, purple belt, yellow, and you decide, I'm going to do a rainbow belt because it's not out there, no one's going to buy it. Understand your customers. So when you differentiate, you do the right thing. And when you do make that change, get a little bit of customer feedback. If you have a Facebook group that's already dedicated to your customers, see what their responses are. If not, if you can do like a pig food poll or other similar types polls. If you've created a race car track for little race cars, and it's blue and it goes in a circle, and that's what's already there, and you want to differentiate it and say, I'm going to make one that's green and goes in a figure eight. Customers may love it. You want to make sure they love it. But if you go the other way and there already is a figure eight and you make a simple little loop, you're saying I'm different, and nobody buys it because their kids want the figure eight. You're making a mistake. So differentiating, that's relatively simple. You want to make sure that it's different than anything else that's out there, but you just can't do that for that sake. You've got to make sure that you differentiate in a way that customers want to buy it. If you add value to give them something different, you're separating yourself from the competition. And as Seth Godin calls it, you become the purple cow among all the brown ones.
Purple cow. Yes, totally agree. Benjamin, from your perspective, what are some tips that you have for sellers or brands to differentiate their products?
Yeah. So to Stephen's point, having a test, making sure that you're really thinking about, how are you going to determine if this is the right differentiator? Another important piece that we see is to keep it simple. If you've heard of the KISS method, that's an important issue where you might have 3 differentiators, maybe try and isolate it down to the one, and then have a roadmap where you can introduce some of your other differentiators over time. But part of it is that if you get too far away from what's being used in mass production, either a mass production process or a mass production material, you're really going to be walking out into an area that could be quicksand for you, where you end up spending money on the development, you end up doing tooling these things, and ultimately you have a product that's too high cost. It may be wonderful, but ultimately you've got to make sure that people are going to buy it. The final one is I would say, really get serious about what your discipline around commercialization is. I know that might sound complicated or whatever, but think about, for you as a brand, what is it that you do? So as an example, our head of design, one of the things that he took away from his previous group was that they really talked about being the first, the best, and the only. They had to have at least one of those, either the first, the best, or the only, to even pitch an idea. And in the best case, it was all three. Now, these are major brands. These are big companies that have the ability to really spend time and, like spend money. But for you, if you're a smaller brand and you're looking at this, look at what might be adjacent. What are some of the places that you can use your knowledge, come up with a differentiator, and then come up with ways to test with your pennies so that you can follow with your dollars afterwards.
All right. So testing your product and making sure that there is demand for it, that is, of course, very important. Sajid, from your perspective, do you have any advice on differentiation?
Yeah, no, I think what Stephen and Benjamin have been saying are absolutely huge. Very, very important. I think like kind of the general perspective that a lot of people come into this with is like, hey, I'm going to get this product, I'm going to make this margin, and I'm going to earn this much money. But a lot of people, are feeling like, hey, supply chain is going to normalize, prices are going to come down. Kind of what Benjamin was saying, like that hope. And it's like I'm gonna take the margin hit now this time around, but it's going to get better in the future. I think it's much better to come at it from the perspective of, better to hope for the best, but plan for the worst. And so, if you're able to differentiate your product, then, you're going to have that margin to be able to eat up the worst and not, really deal with things, too badly. So my kind of feedback on the differentiating part is mostly, just work on building relationships with customers. I think that's like a really key thing that's oftentimes forgotten about. So for example, you can put an insert in your product and say, hey, if you enjoy your product or whatever, communicate some feedback to our team, what would you like to see? And, we'll give you a $5 gift card. I'm not even talking about reviews, but just in general, like, hey, send us an email and we'll give you, something. Things like that, I don't feel like people are really prioritizing that much. So I feel like building a relationship with the customer, building community around it, attracting the people who resonate with the messaging, that's going to build a base of fans and not just customers. And I think that's very important, to protect that. And also, to keep a good customer base, you need to make sure, you're consistently keeping that experience the same, whether it comes on the product, it comes on the service. It can't just go up and down depending on how, your business is doing that month.
That's great advice.
Can I add on Sajak's? Can I add on Sajak's comment from
Stephen, you go first, and then Benjamin, you can go after that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Just what he just mentioned there is a brilliant piece that lots of people are not doing. What I know, people are putting inserts and asking for reviews on e-commerce, but whether your product's been sold e-commerce or on retail shelves, if you put in a little card saying, do you want to become part of our product development team, be the first to know new changes, contribute your ideas, sign up here, people love to be valued. And you can get great information directly from your own customers of what they want to see change, what they want to see in their next iteration, or what companion and adjacent products they would love to see you come out with.
Oops. Oh, did he freeze? Stephen, are you there?
I am here. You seem to be frozen. Everyone else is frozen, so I'm probably the one that is frozen.
Okay, you're back now. We can hear you. Your video is still not back, but your audio is back. Do you want to just try repeating what you were saying? Just the last 30
let's
seconds.
see what's happening here. I'm not sure if you...
Oh, you're breaking up.
A moment and see if I can catch up. What I was saying is that something that not... let's see if I don't hear any of you.
Oh, Benjamin, do you want to talk while
Sure.
Stephen is trying to reconnect?
Yeah, so I think where Stephen was going with it, and again, is this idea of like valuing your customers, getting them a part of your community, building a cult following, all of these things, reaching out is important. The other piece that I was going to say though is that also don't overlook the ability for double wins. Okay, so we were just talking about how you reduce like maybe operating costs, these types of things, but are there opportunities for you to add a differentiator to your product and that you can also get operational costs back from it? So like one of the areas that it kind of boggles my mind that more people aren't doing it. Earlier in the year, actually, it's now going on almost like a year and a half. Amazon, as an example, started coming out with badges for groups that started to really get serious about sustainability and starting to think about that. One of the areas that you can do is you can think about your packaging. So would there be something you can do with your packaging that will allow you to make a sustainability claim, not greenwashing, but a sustainability claim that's out there that also reduces the amount of air that you're shipping, or maybe reduces weight, or these types of things, which ultimately may improve your bottom line, as well as giving you a badge or something that ends up differentiating yourself and is not as dangerous as changing something with your product. But again, these are the types of things that I think taking a little bit of time for reflection and looking at what are some lower costs, easier wins that you can do with your product that'll set it apart, allow you to make claims, and then to also reduce your operating costs. These are the types of wins to go for in 2022.
That's great advice. I just love that. And there's so much low-hanging fruit that you can go for. You don't have to make big product, overhauls or come up with really, really innovative and breakthrough products. But look at what you currently have and just make modifications. Stevens, you're back now. So do you want to continue where you left off?
Yeah, I'll make it real fast because I'm watching the clock. Quick note, Sajak pointed out something that was absolutely brilliant that not a lot of people are doing. If you're selling on Amazon and putting inserts in with your product, or if you're just creating products that are sold online and putting inserts, invite people to become part of your product development team. And tell them you want their feedback. Be the first to know the new products that are coming out. Get discounts on future products, but we want to hear from you, and let them give you feedback. Let your best customers become your best advisors as well. And coming on with what Benjamin just mentioned, climate pledge friendly. It's going to be a big move. And you and I talked about a month ago. One of the big predictions I have for 2022 is that it's going to be more than a badge. We're going to see it move up in the ranks. You'll see already that on some products that have more than one climate friendly badge, that goes higher in the queue for what someone can search on than even ranking or brand name. So climate friendly, very, very great piece of advice. Thank you, Benjamin.
Brilliant. So guys watching, let us know if you have any questions for our panelists. We have another 30 minutes. We're halfway through this panel discussion. So let us know if you have any questions. I see there's one question from Thomas, but I don't think we're going to be able to address this. Do you see freight costs from China to Central America coming down in the near future? It went as high as 19,300 for a 40-foot container. Any advice in this?
We'll be talking about that. We'll actually be talking about that in about an hour or so when we talk about shipping. So yeah, Thomas, stay with us.
All right, fantastic. So guys, let us know if you have any questions for our panelists here. So let's also talk about alternative markets. And a lot of people for a long time have been talking about China plus one and diversifying their sourcing and not putting all their eggs in one basket. But what is the reality? I mean, China is of course the world's factory, and it still produces almost all products, all types of products, and there are so many different production hubs coming up, but none of them is currently, at least I feel, at par or even close to where China is currently. But I want to hear from you what you guys are seeing on the ground from your perspective in terms of the different alternative sourcing markets that people are looking to, and what are some of the pros and cons of the different markets that you're seeing? So, Benjamin, do you want to go first? Because I know that you have a lot of different teams in different countries: Mexico, India, Vietnam. So, yeah, tell us your perspective on this.
Yeah, I think one of the first things you need to decide. So when we say like, sometimes it's referred to as a China plus one, really what you're talking about is maintaining a Chinese supply chain, like raw materials and other things oftentimes that are going into it. Or you're talking about a hybrid strategy where you're trying to bridge to a new area. This oftentimes is going to be what's necessary. I think that most groups that I speak with, they're not prepared for the length of time that this is going to take. Like, in other words, like, and so there's this danger that you're going to get out on the bridge and then you're going to stop in the middle. So like you might end up adding fragility into your supply chain by lengthening your overall supply chain. So like, for instance, like you decide, okay, Mexico's the place. And there's a lot of great things to say about what's happening in Mexico and Central and South America. But for a period of time, you're going to be having raw materials, maybe technical fabrics, other things that are coming out of your China supply chain that's ending up that has to go through Mexico, where then you're doing value add on it. But unless you have the willpower, the staying power to actually move the entire supply chain over to a new area, that may not be your best bet, because now you may get hit in two places, whereas you were just hit in one place. So one thing that you got to look at is like, am I looking to exclude a supply chain, or am I really looking to diversify my supply chain? If you're looking to diversify, that may be a good first step as you begin to then set up another place to go to. Just in speaking about some of the regions that we are seeing, though, is that I think that China is going to be staying in certain markets. They will remain a contender for a significant period of time. As an example, okay, if you've got DC motors in your product, it's likely you're going to be in China for cost reasons, at least with those motors, for a very long time. And a lot of this is about the mass production cost downs that go on. But the other piece is really looking at it and saying like, hey, if you need lower cost but high quality engineering talent, that may be the place to be for a significant period. The final piece is just so that like, and this is something that's near and dear to my heart, is that don't be afraid to begin exploring the pioneering markets. Okay, this is something that I think that you may not spend all of your time doing, but you really do need to think about where the hockey puck is going. You're going to see some of your larger groups that are starting to invest in places. So like, as an example, in 2020, end of 2020, beginning of 2021, Walmart ended up investing well over $1 billion into the Indian marketplace, just with their sub-suppliers, not with purchase orders, but with starting to modernize some of their production processes. So we're seeing large groups in India that are saying, hey, this is a big market, the domestic market's going to be big. And as you go into that, spending the time, or either that or getting teams that can go and find those places. Maybe you're in Colombia, maybe you're in Brazil, maybe you're in Poland, these types of places, but have a team that can introduce you to the groups to begin setting up what those relationships will be so that you can be successful, not just this year and next year, but also 5 years from now.
That is great advice. So look at the long term, have a long-term perspective. This is not something that you want to do for the short term. All right, Stephen, what about you? What kind of diversification are you seeing at your end in terms of sourcing markets?
I think that, and I'm gonna add on to Benjamin's comments because they're really, really good. I think you have to look at your own brand, your own company, what your growth plans are, and so on. If you're selling e-commerce, then you've got a broad number of companies that can supply what you're looking for. And oftentimes you, as Benjamin said, there are times where the raw materials are coming from China, but oftentimes there are opportunities for you in these countries where all of the raw materials are coming from that own country. And that's wonderful. But if your plan is, in-store retailers, big box stores, and so on, then you're going to need capability because the orders are going to be so much huge, so much larger. They're going to be huge orders than you're doing with e-commerce. You want to make sure that you've got factories that can meet those high quantities. And then you're back to looking at China. I've seen a lot of people want to move away from China because of emotions and passions and political fervor and so on. If that's the way you feel and you want to do that, go ahead and do that. But when you're thinking about this as a business, take out your pencil and paper and see if it makes sense. If it makes sense, go to other markets. And I know Mexico has been mentioned, South America, Central America. I'm going to add Turkey to that list. There's another good one out there. But make sure it makes sense for your business. Just don't jump on something out of fear or passion. Make sure the numbers work out.
That's great advice. So make sure that the numbers work out, and the country that you're sourcing from, make sure that the country specializes in that product. So India specializes in certain kinds of products, but if you want to do electronics, for example, India is not a good place to do that. Sajak, what about you? What are you seeing in terms of sourcing market diversification?
Yeah, no, to kind of add on with what Stephen said there, I really want to put an emphasis on looking at the numbers, because I feel like a lot of people, when they start thinking about diversifying out of China, they use like some like weird Frankenstein combination where they like look at China shipping, they look at China like, you know, importing and all these other costs associated with China, and then they, you know, try to add that on to a India product cost, for example, and that's really not the case. So when looking into different markets, you know, just to kind of move into that, to make sure it makes sense, really make sure you're factoring in all the expenses. Because like, for example, I know a lot of people that, you know, when they're just doing rough napkin calculations, they're using a container cost from China to California instead of India to California when they're, you know, doing their calculations. It seems like a simple thing, but that's for freight. And it also kind of goes down the supply chain also. So like in China, for example, like take, for example, product inspections, quality control. There's a lot of infrastructure for quality control, product inspections, things like that in China. There's a lot of infrastructure for engineering. There's a lot of infrastructure for machinery. There's a lot of infrastructure in China that exists, you know, from start to finish in the supply chain. And that infrastructure in India doesn't exist. So when you're calling your inspector to go to a factory in India and it's in the middle of nowhere and there's a dirt road going up to your factory, your costs for doing quality control and inspections are going to be substantially higher than something that you're going to do in China. And a lot of people don't factor in those costs and, you know, kind of look at things from that perspective. So, you know, when you're working and you're planning on manufacturing in another country, make sure you're calculating all the true costs associated with manufacturing in that country. And that would be kind of my biggest piece of advice. And the second point to it as well is just in the basis of like areas, kind of as you were saying, you know, Megla, it goes really deep into, you know, every country has kind of their own individual specializations. I think if you're working on countries that kind of specialize more so in like raw materials that come from China, like, you know, countries that are closer to China, like Vietnam, Taiwan are really good. But the funny thing is that a lot of the factories that are operating in these other countries, like even in Mexico, they're not really like Mexican factories. They're like Chinese factories that have built operations, you know, in Mexico or in Africa. So that could actually be a really good way of getting in touch with a lot of those factories, because if you're, you know, if your factory or you have a couple factories you find in China and they have, you know, sub plants in other countries, it's a great way to diversify really easily. But also keep in mind for those factories, a lot of times in other countries, it's generally larger customers that kind of go into those countries first. So a lot of times when the production capabilities are limited, like I know there's a country in Africa, I forget the name, but one of my friends was telling me about it, and like production is backed up like 3 years with some of the factories, just booked full. So just kind of keep that in mind. You know, if you want scalability and it's a growing market, you know, it's going to be hard to get space on an ongoing basis in that region.
Oh, good to know. All right, so we've got a couple of questions. Raj is asking, how are you guys managing the congestion in the ports and chaos with Amazon for shipment handling? Does anybody want to take this?
Yeah, I think that one of the things with congestion at ports is that you need to really make sure that you're keeping a close watch on when your dates are. That and I realize that some of you may look at that and you might say, well, yeah, duh, of course we have to do that. But that equipment shortages and other things can then lead to backups where your logistics company may have thought that they could pick up at a certain time, and then another 3 days get added, another 6 days get added, these types of things. And so you want to make sure that your logistics group is taking every opportunity available, and that like if necessary that you're talking to them pretty frequently about that. Obviously, that's not something that you want to be doing, but the actual fees that are being incurred because of groups that have not left the yards can be really severe in certain cases. And in some cases, it's not the logistics group, it's the terminal, it's weather, it's a number of combination of things. But like, again, staying on top of that, having solutions that allow you visibility in this one, especially when you're doing clearance and other things. These are all important components of whoever you're dealing with. I think the other one is just making sure that, like, when you're working in times like this, like, you need to really make a decision as to like whether you need to be at the economy. You know, when you think about renting a car, there's going to be certain times when you might say, I'm going to go ahead and pony up for a little bit more expensive type of car company, as opposed to going with the absolute budget type of group. And again, this is where you just need to be informed, as well as trying to make the best decisions you can with that. But again, looking at it and saying, like, yes, there are places where if you had product that was sitting in China or in another place for a long period of time, it may be because you tried to go with the economy option. Ask, find out, are there more expensive options? They maybe 5%, 10% higher, but it'll get you moving. And then once you actually are ready to transition on the state side, understand, like, are you transloading? Are you doing these types of things? There may be significant costs that are going into that, and there may be other options. So, like, for instance, you weren't palletized in previous to this so that you could cram more product into a container. And if you palletized it, it would make your transloading costs that was astronomical. Maybe they were charging you $4,000. Suddenly that goes down to, say, $1,000. So these are things that you need to be looking at, and just asking the questions of, like, maybe the way that I was doing it previously was, to Stephen's point, your 2016 solution, that may not be the solution for 2022.
Great advice. Thank you for that. Let's just see if we have any more questions. So some people are asking for certificates. So we will not be able to give you certificates for Global Sources Summit, but if you do attend our workshop with Stephen, we will be giving certificates for the workshop. So that is a 2-day workshop that we do, and it's, of course, a paid workshop, but we will give certificates for that. So check that out. How can companies in new high-demand sourcing markets, such as Vietnam, connect with international markets? Well, first of all, you can consider advertising on Global Sources because Global Sources does have suppliers from China, but they also have suppliers from other markets, such as Vietnam and India and South Korea, Taiwan, etc. And in fact, we are going to have some suppliers from Vietnam show their products later during the summit. But does anybody here have any advice for this person?
Well, I think it
Stephen.
depends on what it is. I think it depends on what it is that their company is producing. We're coming back into in-person trade shows, international trade shows. And if you're looking for international markets, let's say you're making a fancy hammer, and you should be considering the International Hardware Show. Again, if you're doing something for pets, you want to be at Global Pet Expo next month. So one thing to consider is the fact that we are coming back into in-person trade shows again. Whether they are in Orlando or Frankfurt, you definitely should be considering it.
Okay, that is great advice. So participate at trade shows. So last couple of questions for me before we start wrapping up. But guys watching, let us know if you have any questions for our panelists. So first of all, let's talk about, and this is specifically, I guess, more for online retailers, e-commerce sellers. But what are some of the product niches that you see becoming, or more popular in 2022? during COVID last year, work from home was very popular, and there was just so much demand for all of those kinds of products. Also, home decor and home improvement products were very popular as well. But what kind of product niches do you think are popular in 2022? And Stephen, do you want to go first?
Well, I won't say the hammer we just said, but I will go back to pets. Pets are going to be super strong in 2022. We saw that continually during COVID, the emotional support and everything else of animals. But pets themselves is a market you need to consider out of its sheer size. The pet industry is larger than the toy industry. It's larger than movies, music, and video games combined. And it has grown consistently year over year over the last 25 years. So I would absolutely advise the pet niche. However, going back exactly to what Benjamin and Sajak said, differentiate. The world does not need another dog collar. But if you can figure out how to do a dog collar that has one of those, location tags built into it without hanging off the front of it, you might have a winner right there. So differentiate, but I'd say pets, great opportunity there.
All right. Sajak, what about you?
Yeah, so I think there's a couple of markets that I have in mind. Number one, the biggest niche is just travel. Like travel accessories. Like I just bought like 3-4 travel pillows in the last month. So
what are you doing with them? Are you leaving them in airplanes?
No, I just have 4 of them. I have one here, one here. I get the whole pillow.
I'm in a hotel right now. I could use pillows for the bed, let me tell you.
Yeah, but no, that's what I'm saying. Like travel is like skyrocketing like crazy, so that's going up. I highly recommend like anything in the travel industry. People are traveling more and they also want to catch up on, lost opportunities. And I'm also imagining like anything like at home work, right? That's still happening. It's still going on. People still want to work from home. Guess what? If I go on Amazon, I still can't find a good L-shaped desk. It doesn't exist. Still haven't found one. It's been several years. If someone makes one, send me the link, please. I'll buy it. When it comes down to like at-home equipment, education, homeschool equipment, that could be something really interesting, like home office items. But work from home and remote traveling, extended staycations, kind of the new normal. So things along those lines, I'd highly recommend kind of taking a look into.
All right, so pets and travel. Benjamin.
Yeah, so great suggestions so far. We see a lot that's in the sports equipment side of things. We also see a great deal in the baby market side of the business. I think that those, again, those are going to be mainstays continuing into the future. Trying to like get in front of things and understand like where is sentiment going with consumers is always just as Stephen and Sajak mentioned. It's like, how do you begin to think about where they're going? So if you're in pet products, as an example, is there like a sustainability play? Like as an example, we're seeing things with things like vegan leather and other opportunities that then allow you to rethink a common product. And it may not be that different. It may be something that's not currently seen out there in the marketplaces frequently. And so it may allow you to enter into a new niche. But I would also say the other piece of this, when you're thinking about niches, is try and also think about it from a supply chain standpoint. Okay, what are the things that are highly complex? Okay, like when you're thinking about successful niches, what's going to be a successful niche for you is also like, how can you de-risk your product? So there may be some things that you go into that you decide, do I really want to go into the electronic component? If I know that there's a lot of risk potentially that something could happen. Now, maybe you're the one that goes into it and you're the one that produces something, but maybe you want to go with something that's simpler. Maybe you want to go with something that's in a niche that's in the new market that you want to move to. So for instance, like perhaps you were in Asia, and so bamboo was a big part of the components, maybe as a bamboo fabric or other things. But now if you're looking at a new market, you might actually want to say something along the lines of maybe organic cotton is like the way to do it. Again, part of it is, and I realize that that's not me, shaking the magic 8 ball and saying like, this is absolutely where it's going to be. I think that for each one of you, you guys know internally what you're passionate about, but where do you go that's like going to be a safe play as you continue to get through the next year? Okay, we've already taken our lumps to a certain degree in 2021, but as you go through 2022, how do you get through this in a safe way such that you've grown and you've even gotten stronger? Maybe it's consolidating on what you're doing in terms of with your product side of it. Again, these are just areas that I would say it's a way of kind of trying to look around the corner in terms of it may not be that straight on answer, but like to go chase after what everybody else is chasing after, but to go in to say, how do I take what I have today and do it in a way that's going to be more successful for me by the end of the year?
Fantastic. So we've got a couple of questions here. First of all, Andy saying came in late, definitely will watch on YouTube. Stephen has such a massive depth of knowledge. Amazing. That is true.
I'm just old.
David is asking, how can we be assured that a factory is producing to your country's standards, i.e. safety, etc.? Sajak, would you like to take this question?
Yeah, I can take a little bit of it. But first of all, kind of when it comes down to like certifications and things like this, Stephen is the absolute expert when it comes to this. We kind of work more so on the product inspection side. Certifications is something we're looking to get into shortly, so we don't have a lot of insights there, but this is something that I've dealt with personally when I was running my electronics brand. But in a general sense, when it comes to product certifications, there's a lot of different certifications that happen, and for every type of product. Kind of general tips is talk to like custom brokers and kind of talk to them to understand they have a pretty good idea of what certifications a pretty wide range of products need. Talk to your factories about this. This is actually one of the reasons, like when I'm sourcing, typically like in the past, I like to work with factories that have sold to my target region because it just eases up the entire process. They already know what certifications are required for that kind of product to sell in that market. They already know how to get them. They might even have the certificates if it's a product that's not being changed that much, on my manufacturing side. So I would kind of always kind of err to the side of working with factories that know what they're doing already kind of have those certifications in mind, and then talk with certification partners, talk with custom brokers, and get knowledge and intel, and even potentially lawyers, attorneys for those kind of products. And one of my favorite tricks, and this is what I used when I started my first brand in the electronic space because I had no idea what I was doing. I just bought all my competitors' products and I literally looked inside the boxes. I was like, what are they certifying? What's in that giant, like the card with all the info? Like that's where they write about all the certifications you have for every market. So I just read through that. I was like, all right, I need this. I looked it up and I did them.
Cool. Stephen, do you want to add anything to that?
It's going to sound silly, but Google is your friend. There are no regulations out there that are unpublished regulations. I was chatting with someone recently about law labels. And if you Google law labels, and folks, that's the label that's sitting on your mattress that says "Do not remove under penalty of whatever." It's all out there. The first time I had to do a stuffed pillow, I learned about law labels. So there are no regulations out there that are not published, and some of those regulations you're going to want to get testing done for. But you also want to fully understand it. Are you still a small company, less than 10 people? Then you don't have to do Prop 65. You're exempted. If you have 30, 40, I've got one of my clients just topped the 50 employee level, which means they're no longer a small business. You have other requirements for you. But again, there are no regulations that are unpublished regulations. There's no secrets out there. So research.
I think,
right.
The one thing I'd add on to that would be you can definitely spend time researching and finding it. The one area, though, would be that sometimes spending time with an expert can be helpful if you can do it in a short period of time. And the reason why I mention it is that there are going to be certain industries and certain products where maybe you find a new niche and you're like, this is amazing. I'm going to totally go into this and I'm going to start selling the product. And what you don't realize is that there's this like moat of death around the company that's creating the product. And the reason for it is they've created a moat with different types of certifications that have to go into it. So if you're doing like UL testing and other things like this, like understand that it may be that when you have to open up that UL certification, every time you touch the product and you change something about it, it may cost $1,000, $2,000 to change your UL listing on that portion of it. And so again, that's not to like dissuade people from doing it, but just sometimes you can talk to somebody where if they were in the market, and as Sajak said, like you have the opportunity to work with a manufacturer that hopefully already knows a little bit about it, or find somebody that was in the market and ask them and say like, hey, was this easy to do? Was this expensive to do? These types of things where once you kind of know what you need, then after that, you need to know what's the cost and what's the time necessary to get it done, especially for your project timelines, but ultimately, because sometimes you'll find out even a simple looking product may not be as simple as you think.
Really good advice. So Jane is saying my niches are pet and travel. Well, that is fantastic. I'm sure your sales are pretty high these days. All right, let's see if there are any last questions. My niche is affordable ultralight helicopters. Oh, very, very cool. And he's saying I'm just old. So am I just old? Cool. All right, so let's start wrapping up here. And I want to ask one last question to all three of you. And that is, what is the one piece of advice that you have for importers to optimize their supply chain in 2022? So Sajak, do you want to go first?
Yeah, so I mean, my biggest point is kind of what I was referring to earlier, and I just want to emphasize this because I think it's very, very important. Factor in increased costs in your supply chain now. Like when COVID happened and the shipping costs soared, and we started seeing a lot of these issues, I knew so many brands that were just so on the line, or their margins were so slim, they weren't able to properly compete in the new market. They weren't able to stay in stock. They weren't able to order new products, and they just ended up, with their hands tied. So don't sit on the hope that, hey, product costs are going to come down in 6 months, shipping costs will come down in 12 months. My profitability is going to increase over the next year just by doing nothing. Factor it in from the basis of like, hey, the costs are going to stay the same. Maybe they might even increase a little bit. But if my business is built strong enough and I've built it based on calculations that I've done today in the terrible 2022 of supply chain, then when 2022, 2023 come up, I can hope for better margins, but I know my business is going to be strong either way.
Okay, great. Stephen.
You're going to have to repeat the question because I was either frozen or you guys were frozen.
Well, my question is, what is the one piece of advice that you have for importers so that in order for them to optimize their supply chains in 2022?
I'd say the number one bit of advice is, and it's going to go back to what I said earlier, know your numbers. This is the time of being able to play fast and loose is over. Everything is become more important when you think you have everything set for your product and then you lose it all on your shipping, or you've got it set for your shipping and your product and you lose it all on tariffs, or you have a supplier that suddenly says, oh, we've decided we're going to focus on something else. If you don't know your numbers, any one of those could be disastrous for you. So make sure that you understand your financials, and then make sure that you have enough profit built in. I got to tell you, frankly, and you've heard me say it, I am tired of people saying, I've sold this much. I want to start hearing people say, I've made this much. I bought a new family car. I took my kids on a vacation to Europe. I want to hear all those things that come from profit instead of just people talking about sales and then mentioning they're losing money.
Really good advice. Benjamin.
Yeah, I would say the one thing, sometimes they talk about what's the one thing you can take away is this idea of discipline. Okay. We are right now in a place where a lot of people are fatigued and people are making knee-jerk reactions. They're hoping for things. Steven's talked about it. Sajak's talked about it. And I would say discipline is going to be your friend in 2022, and really thinking about what does discipline mean, whether that's pulling together your numbers, or it's in the way that you put together your supplier scorecards, it's in the way that you communicate with groups. We'll be talking about this a little bit more tomorrow in terms of how you really start to how the small numbers can add up. But the discipline is going to be very, very key. When other people make mistakes because they're hopeful or they're tired, don't be that person. Make sure that your brand survives this period, kind of this thinning out period, such that you can be stronger than ever as you move into 2023.
Fantastic. Love that. All right. So what I'm going to do now is just quickly show you the websites of our speakers in case you want to get more information about them. So Sajag's company is Movely. They do product inspections in China. So check out their website at movely.com. Stephen is the product development guru. Productdevelopmentacademy.com is his website. So check that out. And Stephen will be back in an hour or so for another session together with AJ. So that's going to be an interesting session. And then finally, we've got Benjamin from Gembah. So Gembah is offering a free consultation. So check out their offer at this link, bit.ly/Gembah-consult. And they can help you take your product from an idea to make it a reality. So thank you so much, Sajag, Benjamin, and Stephen for joining us for this session. It was very insightful, and we really appreciate your time.
Excellent.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Bye. All right. So let's move on to the next session. And I am going to invite Stephen from Gembah, who's going to be talking about Gembah, and he's going to be telling us about Gembah's services. Hi, Stephen. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you? Thanks for having me.
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for joining us. And so this is a sponsor spotlight session, and we're going to be learning about Gembah's services and how they can help importers. So Stephen, do you have slides? Do you want to go ahead and share your screen and we can get started?
Sure. Absolutely.
Awesome. So, and guys, in the meantime, I just want to quickly remind all of you that Gembah has an exclusive offer for summit attendees, and they're offering a free consultation. So definitely take advantage of this offer. I'm repeating it again and again, but it is a really good offer. You can, talk to an ideation expert, like an industrial product designer, and get some tips from them. All right. So I see your slides, Benjamin.
Cool.
All right.
Yeah, thank you. So my name is Stephen Bluestein, and how I got here today. So I'm one of the co-founders here at Gembah, and I started my journey about 10 years ago with a pet product company called Pride Bites Pet Products. Pride Bites got on the show Shark Tank. We took off very, very quickly. Got to launch, hundreds of products over a 10-year period. Sold millions to date. Happened to get on the show Shark Tank, which was just an awesome experience, and got a deal from two of the sharks on there, both Lori and Robert. And after that, really saw our business scale pretty quickly. And through that, really learned what it was like to go through the full product development process from start to finish. After Shark Tank, I was named a Pet Industry 40 Under 40, and really have spent a lot of time educating myself on the different elements of product development and product creation throughout my time. And so that led me and my business partners to develop Gembah, which is the first product development marketplace, a global product development marketplace. And really what we do is we help take you from research, design, sourcing, manufacturing, and even shipping it. We do a lot in the FBA space. We help a ton of the businesses in the FBA space help grow and expand their reach and really build a defensible business, because now with competitors coming in this space, so often we see that product development should be at the forefront of your strategy as you move through the life cycles of your business journey. So at Gembah, we like to talk through kind of a couple different elements of how we describe product journeys. The first, which a lot of people know of, is a white label product journey. which is basically going to a factory who has a catalog of products and just swapping out your logo on that product and rebranding it for your company. The next is a product plus one. So this is the same thing as that white label journey, but maybe you're adding a feature, or maybe you're adding a buckle to it, maybe a clip that attaches to your bag, or something that differentiates your product from that OEM product, that catalog product that you can find on the shelf. And finally, the one that I encourage the most, if you really want to create a lot of separation and a lot of good brand value, is your new product creation journey, right? That design for manufacturing journey, something that you're developing a unique experience like I did at Pride Bites, and in helping you really evolve that business into something that has a ton of value and equity within it. So why create your own products? I touched on it a little bit. Obviously, it creates a defense mechanism for yourself against other competitors in the market, but also allows you to increase your sales. Also allows you to increase your margins, since you're developing it from scratch. You're not having to worry about somebody else who developed the product. You're putting the effort in that, which allows you to own more of that profit margin down the funnel. Also, it increases lifetime value. Customers become unique to your brand, right? They seek you out because it's your product, which over time creates more loyalty and more value. It also improves your defensibility. As I said, it builds a moat around your product, since there's one of one product that exists. It also helps you a ton with brand recognition and allowing others to see really that your style is around the product that you create, that vision around that unique product that you established. So the way that we take creators through this journey is to think of it from a product idea perspective, then allow you to research that idea and make sure that within the marketplace, that's a good product idea and that you see a lot of trending results in that fashion. Next, we move into allowing you to work with design experts who really understand your product and allow you to really create something new. And that can be somebody from an industrial designer to mechanical engineer or electrical engineer, all facets of a great product journey. Then we'll allow you to focus on your marketing. So maybe your packaging and the unboxing experience, something that's completely unique to you. We then connect you with developmental partners and manufacturers and suppliers from all over the world. We currently operate in 5 regions and have partners throughout several other regions combined that can help extend your reach or possibly even move your supply chain. And then when you're ready and you're finished with that production run, we help you with all the logistics and finally all the fulfillment as you enter that phase in addition. So really, as we take you through this unique product journey, the way we like to look at it is, as I said, starting with research, ideation, design, sourcing, production, and logistics. And your journey could be any part of this overall journey. And at Gembah, there's a place for you, whether you're just starting out and want to get the developmentals and your idea to life and see a 3D rendering, all the way to finding that factory and, of course, then shipping your product to the warehouse of your choice. So typically we see, a good amount of problems that enter various creators' phases as they go through their journey of product creation. So when you haven't yet started a product, some of the problems that you face are, where do I start? How do I develop my idea? How long will it take to make? Moving into first-time creators who are talking more about, is this idea desirable, right? Or really now how I get it made? How do I move from that idea about knowing all the facets of how long and where, et cetera, and to really start producing it? And then, if you have an existing product and already have a good brand that's been developing good products, you want to think about how I find a new supplier, right? Never getting complacent with your current supply chain. How do I develop my product line? So maybe you started with one product like I did at Pride Bites and then expanded to a full line of pet products. How do I get my tech pack going, right? Working with our amazing experts, our design experts to help uncover somebody that maybe not in your network or not within the local design shop that you have. Maybe it's a more expansive network like we have here at Gembah. And then finally, I need an experienced staff of people who know how to get me through this journey and cut down on the mistakes or time that it's going to take for me to go through it. And finally, if you're an experienced creator, you have multiple products, multiple product lines, what you want to think about in the future is really start to think about product development in a different subset. So how do I know maybe this new idea is feasible? How do I know if it's viable, if I'm working on something that's a continuation or V2, V3 of my existing product? And then how much will it cost? How much CapEx do I have to spend in order to receive this ROI? Listening to the guests before me, really listening to, that's really important. Not just develop a product, but develop a product that makes money. And finally, our solution here is the Gembah marketplace, this global marketplace of an amazing network, resources, and workflows that come together that allow you to really assemble the perfect team around you, from research, design, sourcing, producing it, shipping it. Just the perfect team to help you go from that idea to the shelf. And that's what Gembah is. And our network really extends far beyond any one location. And I think that's the key to why we're successful here at Gembah, is that, as I mentioned before, our network is not bound to four walls. If you need somebody, our vetted team of design experts is going to find out your extended team, whether it be somebody that's in apparel, whether it be somebody that's in fitness, sports and outdoors, or baby, or home and kitchen, whatever it is. We go out and find that perfect team of design experts all the way through supply chain experts to help you realize your journey and your perfect product. So as I end in this phase, really, we like to think of ourselves as a one-stop shop for all your creation needs. And so I hope, as you all think about your next product development journey, you think of us here at Gembah. But thank you so much. I really appreciate it. If you have any questions, or anybody else has any questions, happy to answer that for you.
Thanks a lot for that, Stephen. So I really think Gembah is like an all-in-one solution, especially if people want to develop products. I'm just going to remove your slides from the screen. There
Great.
we go. All right, so guys, let us know if you have any questions for Stephen over here. So I see a couple of questions. All right, Sammy's saying, I'm struggling with how do you know if it's feasible? Well, do you have any tips for Sammy on how to deal with that?
Yeah, we have a number of what we call feasibility projects. That's kind of the beginning of your concept to say, hey, I want to go from 0 to 1. So not yet ready to think about whether even it's in my price range. What I'm here to think about is like, is it doable? Can I actually make that product? So it's really good if you work with designers or experts in product development who can help you really go through kind of a report that showcases you, hey, you actually don't have to make a physical prototype anymore. With the resources we have nowadays, you can do all these CAD models and renderings and studies, et cetera, to expose whether or not your product idea is actually feasible. And that's actually something we do quite often here at Gembah. So yeah, that's where I would start in that journey, is to really look into all the different elements of the different types of rendering and material components and regions, et cetera, and kind of come through a full report and research report to understand, hey, can I actually do this?
Makes sense. There are a couple of people asking if you do patents. So Jane is asking, do you do patents? And Sammy is also asking, do you help with patents?
I think patents are really, really important, especially if you have something that's novel in your process. We don't actually do anything with patents at Gembah, but we have a great network of attorneys who we've worked with in the past, who we can refer out to. So if that's something that you're interested in, we can definitely help you align with an expert who's perfect in that segment.
All right. Well, Stephen, thank you so much for your time today. And I'm sure a few people watching will reach out to Gembah. And it's really nice to see the all-in-one kind of services that you offer. So yeah, thank you so much for joining us
today.
Thanks
so much for having us. We really appreciate it.
All right. Take care. Bye. Okay, so let's move on to our next session. We've got Jamie Paras from Ship Savvy joining us. Hi, Jamie. How are you doing today?
Hey, Megla. How are you?
I am doing great. I'm having fun with all my favorite people.
I want to just say congratulations for pulling all this together, because I know it's hard work behind the scenes, so well done.
It is. Yes, it is. It's stressful, but it's fun. It's fun to see it all come together. And there's so much information and knowledge that, every time I do a summit, I learn something new. So
yeah, it's fantastic. No, well done. Well done.
Thank you. All right, so let's get started with your session, Jamie. And
yes.
This is also a very, very relevant topic because you're going to be talking about how people can navigate their e-commerce shipping and logistics, which has been such a huge pain point for people in the last couple of years. So really interested to hear what you are going to be sharing. And also, we want to hear about Ship Savvy, which is quite a game changer, if I may say.
Yeah. No, awesome. Thanks, Megla. Well, my name's Jamie Paros. I've been selling now since 2017. Had relative success and some great success on Amazon. And then with my co-founder of the Endgame Network, who you know, Megla, Michael, we started a little community in Australia. And it's just gone from strength to strength. We've got an engaged crew down there, and we love being part of the Amazon community and the Ecom community. And I guess that's a little bit about me. I've been in logistics my whole life, not in Ecom, like just family logistics business, and always been involved with shipping and containers and bulk liquids that have been shipped across the world and stuff like that. And it's been quite full on. And when we started getting into the Ecom space, Megla, I spent a lot of time in China. In our business, in our Amazon business, I was the person that went to China and dealt with the suppliers and did a lot of things. I think I was there at least 5 or 6 times in 2019, just before the pandemic hit, and I was going there quite often. And I guess from my logistics background, I saw that there was an opportunity that I guess e-com sellers, shipping's not sexy, Megla. You know, it's not a topic that everyone loves to talk about, but I could just see things weren't being done how I think I saw an opportunity to be done. And that's how, you know, Ship Savvy and my love of logistics came about. I guess today, what I really want to talk about is obviously Ship Savvy and show you guys some cool stuff. But the supply chain and the increasing costs that happened last year, it really gave people time to start to learn about shipping, because before this it was just like, it's $3,000 for a container, it's $4,000 for a container, it's gone up $1,000, whatever, $3,500, I'm just going to ship. And all of a sudden we're getting like 12, 13, 15, 18, 20, and everyone was just like, this is the part of the business that I really need to start learning about and dialing in. But we'd always been taught, don't worry about it, it's just a freight forwarder's job, you know, don't worry about it, the supplier will look after it for you. So I don't know if that's just timing with Ship Savvy or whatever, but anyway, I don't see supply chain coming down too much. I see it coming down, not the extreme levels like $18,000, $20,000, but I think that these shipping companies, for whatever reason or not, they've found a new floor in their pricing, and it's going to be around. So what we really need to do is now start getting back the 1%ers that Michael and I talk about so much with our endgame community, and all communities talk about, those 1%ers of trying to get back margin, saving money and saving your businesses. Because I guess I know a lot of people, maybe you do too, Megla, maybe not in the Indian space so much, but more the China space and tariffs and stuff like that with shipping, that people have had to put their businesses and products on the back burner because these prices just blew any margin out that they had. Add to that increasing PPC costs, which is a whole nother discussion. And we're looking at trying to salvage businesses here. So now I guess it's a matter of getting in, learning what you can, becoming an expert in your business in some things that you think that you can save, because we really need to start learning more about it. How do we do that? Well, you've got to spend some hours learning the process, supply chain, the process of shipping, the correct Incoterms, all that sort of thing. 3PL warehouses are full, and 3PLs weren't around a couple of years ago. When I started selling, it was just get a container and send it to Amazon or whatever, get a shipment, send it an LCL, less than container load, send it to Amazon. Now, all of a sudden, a key integral part of all our businesses are 3PLs. It has to be because of inventory limits. Amazon have brought in all these sorts of things. These weren't around when we may have found these products 4 or 5 years ago that we're still selling. Now that they're part of our businesses, our margins are starting to go like this. So how do we peg that back? We've got to start dissecting our businesses, dissecting our products. This is what Ship Savvy is all about. I'm going to give a small demonstration soon. But I think what we need to establish here is, why are we looking to use Ship Savvy? Why are we looking to optimize supply chain? If you think about it, supply chain now, 3PLs are, like I said, an integral part of the business. And 3PLs essentially were used for big logistics. Look, there was Ecom, but it's exploded now. Everyone's opening up a 3PL. There's 3PLs everywhere you look. Now, essentially, the traditional 3PL would be, 6, 7 pallets high, maybe 150 centimeters tall, 50 inches, if you want to call that from the States, stacking pallets for, big box retail, this and that, designed for their framework. But Amazon have got thresholds. They've got different metrics that they use for shipping. So master cartons can only be a certain size. Master cartons can only be a certain weight. And master cartons, obviously, for those who don't know or do know, are the big main shipping box that all our products go in. We get shipped to our 3PL. They get put on pallets into storage. Now, 3PLs have always done that 150 centimeter, 50-inch pallet. Now, 3PLs are pivoting because they've seen the opportunity with Amazon sellers to 72-inch tall, 72-inch threshold Amazon pallets. So you can stack your pallet up to 72 inches. If you're not using a 3PL that is storing Amazon pallets, because it's almost the same price now, it's really almost the same price. Some are even cheaper for a 72-inch pallet. People are dialing that pallet per day storage cost right down to be competitive. You need to ask the question. You need to ask your 3PL, are you storing 72-inch tall pallets? What are the prices per day? That's one thing you can do. Straight away, anyone can do that right now. You can just get on your computer, email your 3PL and say, hey, is there an area in your warehouse where I can store 72-inch pallets? You need to be able to do that. The next thing you need to do is something that we haven't seen before, which is Ship Savvy. It's a world first. It really is for Amazon sellers in supply chain, where you get your products, and they could be anything, just whatever package. And we also do soft products, but that's a conversation for another day. Anything that you sell on Amazon, you have to put through our system, and I'll demonstrate why. And this is not like a full-blown pitch fest megla for Ship Savvy. This is genuine help, that there hasn't been a software system there before to be able to generate for you the optimal Amazon supply chain for your business. And if you're happy for me to, I will share screen to show you what this can do and give you a small demonstration. If that's cool.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Okay. So I'm hoping you can see my screen.
Yeah, we can see your screen.
So this is Ship Savvy. This is the program that we created, and I'm going to keep this really simple and really sharp and short so everyone can understand it. Every product that you sell on Amazon should be put through this system for the reasons of, we cannot compute with our mind without hours and hours and hours and hours and compute and calculators and measuring tapes what would be the optimal box shipping master carton size for Amazon for our products, at the same time for pallet and storage in 3PLs, and for LTL, less than truckload shipments into Amazon. So what we do, and I'm not going to go through the whole program and bore everybody, because there's a lot of things that this thing can do, but I'm basically going to give you an understanding of what Ship Savvy and the power of it is, and what you should be doing to minimize those 1% or get back those 1% things in your margin in your business if you're a seller on Amazon. And the best thing is if you're looking at products. So get it right from the start, even if you're doing validation or research. So all we do is we enter in a brand name. That is so we can save the results somewhere. And I have got a brand in here today, Megla Global Sources. And we type in the product. So it's just earphones. Now, what we essentially are doing here on this screen, this is a visual representation, a 3D visual representation of the product that I've got in my hand. We need to recreate that. So I measured this with a measuring tape just before we started, and it's 23 centimeters. You can do it in inches or centimeters. Like I said, I'm just burning through this to help everybody. What we're trying to do is get all the product details into the system by 19.8 by 7.5. We need to know the pallet base height, because Amazon include that 12 centimeters or 5 inches, 13 centimeters, whatever you want to put in there. We've got a default of 12. This product weight, I think it's about 800 grams. I'm just guessing, right? The product price, let's call it $15 for these earphones from the manufacturer. And the pallet base weight, because Amazon include that weight of the wooden pallet in their weight threshold of 1,500 pounds, which is 682 kilos. They actually include the weight of the pallet. So you need to find that out from your freight forwarder or your supplier, your 3PL, what they're using. But we have gone with a average in the marketplace of 15 kilo. Master carton cardboard thickness, we can do anything from 2 mil up to 8 mil. in your shipping carton, you need to ask your supplier what that will be, because cardboard is heavy. We need to accumulate all of that. And in the back end, we calculate all the cardboard thicknesses for you. Now we have a visual representation of the product that I got in my hand, right? Now, all we need to do is make sure that that's all correct, which it is, and we calculate the result. And what's happening now, Megla, is something that I have been looking for a long, long, long time, because when I was in China, we'd develop our products, we'd design our packaging, we'd make it all nice and safe and bulletproof for the rigors of supply chain and Amazon deliveries. And then I'd sit down with a pallet, I'd sit down with a measuring tape and the product, and I'd ask the supplier to just leave me alone for a couple of hours until I worked out exactly what master carton size I was going to create, but not just for how many units I'm going to put in, but is that the right master carton for the Amazon pallet? 48 inches by 40. Is it working? Is the box too big? Is it too small? Because I was all from the logistics world, and I wanted to make sure that I was getting maximum units on my pallet with the least amount of boxes as well. So I was paying less storage. Now, what happens, Megla, is sellers out there, and it's no fault of anyone, their supplier will say, hey, this is the box that we send your product in, and we get 20 in a master carton, right? And everyone goes, beautiful. Thank you very much. Let's. No one thinking of. Sounds great. What happens if 20, right, wasn't the right size? But how could you know that? So look here, what happens in ShipSavvy. So we've entered in this product, and ShipSavvy calculates the and displays them like this. And I'm going to show you what this is now. So this is the 7 best master carton results, their weight in this column. How many of these earphones or headphones we fit into a master carton is this total here. The value, we put down $15 per piece. How many master cartons are on the pallet? Important for storage, also for receiving and prep fees, labeling fees. The weight of the pallet in product, and this one's the really cool one. How many units on a pallet? Now, remember, I said as a manufacturer, we put 20 of these in a carton. What does that look like? 480 on a pallet. If I put 21, one more unit in the box, I get 546 on the pallet. What do these look like? I'll show you, because when you hit the view result, we give you a 3D design of your new master carton and pallet build, all within Amazon's thresholds. So what are we looking at here? We're looking at the master carton with 21 units in it. And over on this side, we're looking at the pallet build for Amazon, and all these lines that you see, don't be frightened of these lines. They're just Amazon's thresholds. So we're going right up to Amazon's thresholds of 72 inches. You could not do this manually, guys. No one could do it. I would not be able to work. I mean, look how the pallet's been stacked. 6 on that side, 6 on that side, and then whatever's through the middle there. You can unpack these pallets to have a look to see how it's done. It's quite extraordinary what we've built. Up here is some really high-level information on the master carton side, weights, everything, including your cardboard weight and thickness. And on this side, how many units on a pallet, all the weights, the cubic meters, right? All this sort of stuff. Now, I'll show you what 480 looks like. Now, supplier told me 20, right? So it's 480. Let's have a look at that. Now, the only reason why there's 480, hey, look, it's not bad. Look, it looks pretty good. Anyone that would see that would go, hey, it's nice and square. It's pretty cool. It's only 17 centimeters there. You can see 17 centimeters off Amazon's threshold. I really like this. I get 480 units on a pallet. Fantastic. And you just do it. And you pay it. And you pay the 3PL. But you don't know that you can get another 60 or 70 or whatever it was, 80 units on a pallet. No one knows, because nothing's like this has been built. Now, the only difference between those two builds, Megla, is the shape of the master carton and how that fits onto a pallet. That's the only difference, other than how many units. Now, another thing to realize is I can get 24 units in. As you can see here, 24. So that's even more than 20. But that's only 480 as well. Another one, what about if they told you that you get 24 units? There's 3 sizes in 24. One of them is 432. Okay, so this shape of this master carton is only allowing, with the size of it, that many to fit. You won't get another one in there in Amazon's threshold. What happens if the supplier told you that you get 24 units in there? Which one? Which 24? 480, 432, or 480? No one's going to know this. You can't do it. And this is the sort of thing I used to try and work out manually, and it absolutely did my head in, right? But I knew I was leaving money on the table. That's why we created ShipSavvy. It's such a powerful tool. From here, any questions, Megla, before I move on?
No, we don't have any questions yet, but someone is saying this is incredible.
Oh, that's cool. No, that's cool.
Yeah,
No
yeah.
worries. No, that's cool. Just if anyone has any questions, just let Megla know, and you just interrupt me anytime, Megla. Now, from here, we've optimized our product, right? So we're going to pick, I don't know, I'm going to pick 546. I like it, right? It's 21 pieces. It's 26 cartons on a pallet. I would like this. So what you would do in the system now is you would save the result. And where the result gets saved is into your brand that you create, right? And the brand that you create is in the beginning when you enter in your products for the first time. The beauty about this thing is you can save this into your brand that you are using at the time, or you can save it into your product research area, which we call the MCO database, the Master Carton Optimizer database. So while you're doing product research, or if you're already selling these products on Amazon, you can put them through the system and have a really good look if there's changes that you need to make in your business, and save those results into the research area or the MCO database, ready for when you're ready to add that configuration to your brand. This is what we call the product storage hub. All that means is this is where all your brands are kept. You, depending on your subscription level, you can have 1 to 5, 10, whatever brand, how many brands you got. I mean, I don't know how many brands people have, but anyway, for demonstration purposes, Endgame Network, as you know, I mentioned earlier, is our Facebook group. And today, Megla, we've created a global sources brand for the presentation. Now, what you do, you click on your brand, Global Sources, and it will take you to your brand and the products you sell in your brand. So in Global Sources, we sell headphones, microphones, and studio lights, right? Now, that all seems pretty cool. But what about all your information? What about all the product information that we've saved, and the information, the 3D renders, all the master carton and pallet stuff? Where's all that kept? We created for each product, whenever you save a product, we create a product specification page with all the info that you'll ever need for your product, including the 3D render of your pallet and your master carton for any time you need it, for freight forwarding, 3PLs. You can download screenshots, you can send things. It's got all this high-level information about your master carton. It's got all this high-level information about your pallet specifications. And also, it's got supplier information. So which supplier is making these products. And the really cool thing, to keep everything in one spot for each product, we have got EANs, UPCs, product images, inserts, warranty cards, all your artwork, your shipping labels, anything got to do with this product. You can go to the ShipSavvy product storage hub. You can go to the brand. You can go to the product. And at any time at your fingertips, you can go, bang, I need this information. So it's really quite powerful. The product storage hub is something that, you know, you think about it in a seller's day. You get emails all the time from manufacturers. Can I have your insert card? Oh, okay. Where'd I put that? From freight forwarders. How many cubic meters is your master carton? What's the value? What's the size? Oh, geez, I'm going to have to find all that. It's all here. Whenever anyone asks you for anything, it's here. The last thing I want to share today before we get into some Q&A is what's really, really cool. Now, we can create orders for you. You can create orders for yourself and attach them to your POs. The one thing that I hate doing is orders for my PO, getting all the numbers together, working it all out, sending all that information to my freight forwarders going, okay, I think I need this many units this time, and can you give me a price on this many cubic meters, blah, 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 blah. And the whole PO ordering process can be a nightmare, right? So whether you ship on pallets or loose master cartons, I don't suggest you ship on pallets at the moment, but we had an interesting discussion about that, Megla, in the Endgame network, which was pretty cool.
Yeah.
So we've got the 8 most common containers in circulation. You can have a look here, the internal cubic meters versus the Amazon pallets. And this is just a guide for you to work out exactly what container you need, and you can change it at any time. Select a container for your order. You can change this further down the track. And then the really cool thing is I showed you before the 2 brands that I had, Endgame Network and Global Sources. All your brands are here and all your products are here. So here's global. I've got resources, global sources, microphone, headphones, studio light. And now all you do is just select the products that you want to send in your PO, press next, and your order form is done and created. All you need to do now is enter in how many master cartons you want to send in your order. But the cool thing is it's live, and it's actually, I'll show you. I'll put in 150 cartons by 50 cartons, and I'll show you the breakdown of what this thing looks like. Okay, so we put in some totals: 150 master cartons, 50 and 49. What does this line item do? What is it about? Here's the product, the microphone, the ASIN and the SKU, the unit price. How do we know that? You told us from the supplier what it's worth. How many units are in your master carton? The master carton volume. How do we know that? You did it. You did the result. You optimized it. You put it through the optimizer. You saved it into your brand. Now we just capture your data to create the order form. You want 150 cartons. What does that look like? It's 7.5 pallets. Okay, well, that's not really optimized. Should we go up or should we go down? Make sure that although we're loading loose cartons in this container, for example, when it gets to the US, this is the really cool thing. This is how many pallets will be at the US end, not in the container, at the US end. So let's go up to 8. What does that look like? You just go up until you hit 8 full pallets. 8 full pallets is 160. 15.07 cube, the kilos, and how many units? It's got equivalent totals and accumulative totals down the bottom. We've got 14 pallets arriving. Now you can go up and down and make these all full when you get to the US. Okay, 3 pallets there. Let's go down on this one. And 3 pallets there. So now 160, 54, and 45 cartons at the US side is 14 pallets when it gets to the 3PL. We know there's 25 cubes all up. It's so simple. You can save it. You can send it to your freight forwarders and say, hey, I need a quote on 25.41 cubic meters for an LCL because it's not a full container. If you want to change your container, we've got the 8 standard containers here. Just select it if you need more cubic meters. Create your PO, print it, save it. You can do whatever you like. It's pretty cool. But that is like just an overview of the system. I don't want to complicate it too much for people. In essence, what we're doing is optimizing our product for Amazon supply chain. We're saving it into our brands or doing product research or validating the changes in our business. Then we're saving it into our brands to have all that information at the touch of our fingers, creating orders and have that really streamlined system of creating POs and making that supply chain really optimized with what you're getting at the 3PL end. Now, at the 3PL end, as you could see, there was 14 pallets that were going to arrive there. I can now take a screenshot of my 3 items of the pallets and say, hey, guys, there's 14 pallets coming. There's 7 of this. They need to be stacked like that in storage. There's 4 of those. They need to be stacked like that in storage. And now I'm really saving money and getting those 1%ers back. These are things people can be doing now.
Exactly. I think what this really kind of reiterates is that you've got to take control of your your sourcing, your shipping, your logistics, right down to the size of your master cartons. And this is something that really people don't even, think about, the size of the master cartons, how many can fit on a pallet. These are things that they just take for granted and like, okay, the supplier is going to manage this. How much is that going to save us? But I think what people are kind of realizing now is that they have to be looking at each and every aspect of the entire supply chain and seeing where they can save money, because every penny counts now. I mean, with all of the cost pressures that are around there. So I think this is a really good tool, Jamie, and it's very timely as well, because I don't know if it was a coincidence that you launched it this time, or
no, it's just a coincidence. We've been going
planned?
for 2.5. We started in 2020, I think it was early 2020. So it's been going for 2.5 years, the build. You're right. We need to take responsibility and get in control, Megla, because I showed you examples where the supplier could have said 20 or even 24 sounded better, but there was 3 options of 24 and there was 80 units different on a pallet. Like, which one 24 by the supplier? But we don't know. No one knows. There's never been anything like this out there to check. So yeah, it's pretty cool. But any questions, I'm happy to answer. And yeah,
guys, let us know if you have any questions. Type them in the comments, about the tool or about supply chain in general, because Jamie is, of course, the seller himself, and he'll be able to answer any general questions too. But Jamie, do you get pushback from suppliers? Because do they want to modify the carton size, or do they want to do things their own way? Because I know suppliers, they have their own ways, and sometimes they don't want to adapt and adjust. So do you ever get pushback, or have you heard any other sellers getting pushback from their suppliers?
It's a really good question. The only thing we've seen is, because the computer software is so perfect, right? They sometimes require, they never say, hey, I'm not doing that. I've never heard that. All they'll say is, hey, do you reckon I could get another centimeter just to make it a little bit bigger, to put it in? And we've also got another part of the tool, which I didn't go into today. We can talk about it another time, or whoever, has a look at the program will see, where the size they give you back, you can double. So to see if it builds the same pallet build. So they might say, hey, can I have a centimeter there? And you put it, because this is a game of centimeters and millimeters, Megla. I've seen it time and time again. You change something by 2-3 mil or a centimeter, it throws the whole build out, right? So you really have to double check. You can't just go, yeah, okay. Now you can put in their size recommendation back through the system. You can check, and if it's a green light, go. If not, say, hey, we need to work on it a little bit, or maybe have another look at another suggestion. But I would say this, if you're dealing with a supplier that is pushing back on this, you're really not talking to the right supplier, because that relationship should be all about helping each other. If it's going to help me, I'm going to order more product. I can get more units in. I can get more units on a pallet. I'm going to increase the order by half a pallet, which might be another couple of 100 units for you. You know what I mean? There's got to be that give and take. I haven't seen pushback at all. If anything, when you think about it, Amazon sellers, us, we always look to modify products. We're looking to differentiate. We're looking to customize. Now, if this is, the Sennheiser standard box for these headphones, but all of a sudden I want to put in those matchsticks or that candle or that bag, this might have to change. Now, we all customize our own packaging. As soon as you customize your own packaging, how does the supplier know what to do for Amazon? This has changed. So yeah, it's one of those interesting ones. But look, we're pretty excited about how it's going to help people. We've got a coupon code as well for people who want to check it out. And Megla, we're also giving away in your quiz section, when you do that, 50% off pro yearly subscription. So people will save $150, because I think the pro yearly subscription is $299 for the year. And we're taking $145 off that half price for 2 people that win on your quizzes and stuff like that. So that's pretty cool. But I'll just
we've got a question from Sammy.
You send it.
Yeah, given the current extraordinary shipping prices, how much percentage can be saved through attention to detail?
I've seen 35, 40%. I've seen people increase their numbers from 90 on a pallet to 150. That's a lot for a product. People are usually relying on their 3PLs to build their pallets for them. The supplier is saying, hey, we get 20 in a box and send it. Then you get to your 3PL and the 3PL unloads the container or receives the order. And those guys in the warehouse, they've just got to try and make it work. Literally, that's what happens. What's the best way to stack these boxes? Like, that's how it works. And it just doesn't have to be that way anymore. We actually increased one of our products when we're doing Ship Savvy by only one box. It ended up being $1,000 a month in storage for how much velocity we're doing. One box. We were going from 15 master cartons on a pallet to 16. The 3PL actually didn't think that it would work. I sent them images of Ship Savvy and said, I know it works. Look here. They changed it. They reimbursed us $1,000. Like, it's real. Anyway, any more questions, please throw away. I can't see you. Sorry, Megla, but shipsavvy.com. If you use Global 10, you'll get 10% off any subscription in there. As I said, we're giving away 50% off 2 Pro Yearlies for Megla and her crew with the quizzes. You can find me at the Endgame Network Facebook group as well. And Michael and myself also do a Dig to Win podcast where we talk about mindset, Amazon sellers, the entrepreneurs behind the scenes of the business. It's really a deep dive on that sort of stuff. But yeah, guys, if you want to use Global 10, go for it. Feel free. And I'd love to hear about people saving money with Ship Savvy and getting back the 1%ers in their supply chain.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Jamie, for coming on the virtual summit and talking about Ship Savvy and also sharing your insights. So really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks. Enjoy the summit, Megla. Thanks for having me.
Thanks a lot. Bye. All right. So now I'm going to invite Karen back on stage. Hi, Karen.
Hi, that was so much to learn. I'm still trying to absorb everything. Wow.
I know. I mean, especially the panel discussion was like really insightful. And I mean, all 3 panelists are just so experienced in sourcing and logistics. And I mean, especially Stephen, he's like one of my favorites, all-time favorites.
Yes.
So I always learn something new when I'm talking to him. All right. So Karen, over to you for suppliers. And who's our first supplier?
Okay, let me bring in our first supplier, King Joy, whom is selling tripods. Well, they do photography accessories, and today they're going to present us some tripods. Let's see.
Oops, where did it go?
She was here just 2 seconds ago. Okay, that was interesting. But anyways, going back to what was shared during this morning's session, I saw some questions about patent. We'll have a session with CJ later. He is going to share things about your products, like legal issues and patent issues. I think it's the 4th session, if I didn't remember wrongly. And then also there's so much more that can actually answers the question that were asked earlier today. Okay.
Yeah. So let's see if King Joy, it looks like King Joy is having technical issues. Oh, they're there now. Okay,
yeah,
cool.
She's
so yeah, and you're muted. Can you please unmute Joy? Can you do that?
Yeah, I think she's asking. Okay.
Oh, yeah,
Hi,
yeah. Hi, Karen. Hi, good morning.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. I'm very good. I'm a little nervous,
No worries. All the people here are very friendly. I'm nervous too, but people here are just super friendly. So, okay. Okay. So tell us about your product. I'll just put you on big screen.
First tell us about your company. Do a quick introduction, and then we'll talk about the products.
Okay. Yeah. Hi, everyone. I am Joy. Thanks for Global Sources giving me this chance to introduce our company and our products. I'm from Zhongshan Kingjoy Photographic Equipment Limited. Kingjoy was located in Zhongshan City and in China. We are located in Tanzhou Town Tanzhou tongue is called the tripod tongues. So it is the one of the most famous tripods manufacturing bases in China. Kinjoin was set up in year 2004. So you can see we are a 18 years factory already. Kinjoin I'm also very proud to tell you, Kinjoin just moved to our self-owned and self-built headquarters at the end of 2021. Now, Kinjoin have 5 buildings. Totally is the 57 square meters. So Kinjoin is a big factory to produce tripods since 2004. What kind of products we are producing? We are producing the camera accessory, mobile accessory, action camera accessories. About the camera accessory, we produce all kinds of tripods, monopods, heads, jeep cranes, stabilizers, and selfie sticks. Also, since 2019, we also began to start to produce the ring light and light stands. Also, we also have the electronic products like the gimbals and the stabilizers. Kinjoin employees is over 800 staff. So we have been cooperating with the many world famous global brands for the and also Kinjoin have their own 5 brands like the Kinjoin, AFI, and Papale. We also sold our own branded products to over 50 countries already. Every year, we will introduce the market many new products. And also, we have many award-winning products every year because we have our own R&D department and the tuning department and injection department. So all the production is the indoor, is completely indoor. So,
Joy, can you introduce some new products to us? Let's see, do you have any specific products that you want to talk about today?
Yes. So today, I would like to introduce 3 kinds of products to you. The first is Kinjoin's professional tripod. Please, my colleague has transferred our first introduction about the professional camera tripod. For the professional photographers, they always go to the natural environment to take the landscape photography or the wildlife photography. They need the very stable and solid stable support for their expensive and professional cameras. So you can see for this one, this is our newly developed in 2021 is the professional camera tripod. This camera tripod is produced in the carbon fiber material. It's 10 layers of carbon fiber material. So the whole product is quite light. Yeah, and also the tripod, we have it involved some very patented design about when you pour the buckle, it will be very easily to automatically mat. And also you can see the streamlined design. The streamlined design, it makes this tripod very outlook and the structure, it will be very impressive. And also we also have the good quality has to combine with the tripod. So solid rock camera tripod is one of the Kinjoin's best tripods to introduce to the and also, except the heavy duty tripod, we also have some light tripod. For light tripod, we have different kinds of light tripods, please transfer to the thanks. So except the heavy duty tripod, We also have many mobile tripod and smartphone tripod. Yeah, today I will also introduce a new product to you. This is our new flexible tripod. Also, it's a mini tripod. You can see it is it is made of the rubber. So you can see you can always twist it in any shape. Yeah. And from here, there is a standard screw, so you can put the camera or the GoPro action camera here. Also, you can see there is a smart design. When you open this top plate, then you can put your mobile here. Yeah, you can put your mobile here, so it can be a mobile tripod. So also there is a head. There is a head. You can always move your head as the tilt, and also so when you go to outside, you can put on the back, on the tree, on the fence. It will always meet your demand. It's quite necessary, for outdoors and for indoors also. Yeah. So just now I introduced our tripod. So since 2019, we also developed the ring light. Because when people stay at home, they need to work at home. They need to do the live streaming. They need to attend the video conference. So they need the field light to beauty their face. So we have many ring lights. So the ring light we have 6-inch, 8-inch, 11-inch, 14-inch, 16-inch, and the 18-inch. So the most popular ring lights is about the 11-inch. So for this ring lights, I can show you. This is the 11-inch ring light. It has different color. This one is the white color and the warm color, and we also have the RGB ring light. So and also you can see for this ring light, you can also put the 3 mobiles here. Because there are 3 hot shoe amounts. So and also we can put the flexible mobile here. So if you want to do the live streaming at the 4 platforms, here, 4 mobiles. Yeah, it's very easy to use. And also, people like the products to a very compact design. So for this one, I can show you. Yeah, if you fold it like this. Yeah, it can be when I fold it, it can be fold like this kind of size. It's very compact to use, and except the and also for the ring light, we have many different light stand height to meet your demand. It can be a table.
I'm sure, Joy,
also,
these products are. Yeah, I'm sure these products are really in high demand nowadays with work from home, right?
Yes, really. And I also use it at home for myself.
Yes.
Yeah, when I attended the video Zoom meeting or the Microsoft meeting, it always make my face better. Looks better.
Yeah. Actually, I've visited the website of KingJoy, and they have a whole selection of tripods, lights, and all the photography accessories that could be useful when you do like going on live videos, taking photos outside or anything. So thank you very much, Joy, and it was very interesting. So for those
I just want to add that go ahead.
For those that are interested in in her product, please visit the website shown below, globalsources.com, kingjoyphotovideo.co. The photo is FOTO. So you can see more about her products and the order quantity, material, etc. there. Okay. Thank you very much, Joy.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye.
Okay. Bye. Have a good day.
You too. Okay. Okay, up next, we will have Jessica from Auni. Let's see. Hi, Jessica. Hi, you're muted. You need to unmute yourself first.
Now it's okay?
Yep. Hi, Jessica.
Hi,
we have
Gary.
Megla here with us as well. She's the host for our summit.
Okay. Hi.
Hi. Hi.
Hi,
How are you?
Jessica.
Hi.
Okay, so I know you have some gaming headsets that want to show us, right? So give us a brief introduction about your company and then your products.
Yeah, sure.
Over to you.
Hi, this is Jessica. Our company, Shenzhen Only Technology. Our major products is gaming headset, gaming mouse, and gaming keyboard. Some combos, also some of the speakers, and also the Bluetooth one. So recently, our products with more than 5 years experience of both wired and wireless production, R&D, and we accepted OEM and OBM. Means that we also can accept a small order quantity. We have a longer stock in the for more than 30 SKUs in our stock. And also OEM, we have more than 3 years cooperation with some brands like Samsung, Acer, and Walmart even. So you can see our major products is the gaming headset. Let me show you our products is okay. Now this one is our gaming headset, which is hot sale. Recently we have more than 3-4 colors, like macaron colors, which is very popular. Like this. You see, this is RGB. Here, with all of our products with RGB night, and some of them we make this detachable microphone, and also this cable controller, which can control the volume and the night. You can open and you can power on the night. And here, this with the microphone power on and power off is very flexible and easier for the gaming player. They like this cool design, and also this ear cat, which is the cat ear, which is very popular recently. And also we have some, and this one is our Bluetooth one, also with like this design. This is detachable microphone, can easier for the end users, like this. And this pink color is very good for the lady market. Now you can see here with all the button, the power on, power off, volume plus, volume minus, or in the mobile, or in the headphone. And we have more than 40 private SKUs in different category. In total, every year we have more than 30 SKUs, 30 new SKUs every year. We do our own private tooling, design, development, and production. Like some online platform and offline shops, they are very popular selling and easier for the customer. Okay, let's see for the wired gaming headset, which is sorry, let me show you this cable. Let me show you this cable. This cable, we have the detachable. We have the adapter cable. This adapter cable with 2 point, with 2 interface, which is for the PC. And this one, the 3.5 jack for the PS4, PS5, both can use. So I think gaming is our major products, gaming accessories, even some of the holders. This is our holder. I'll say.
So Jessica, you specialize on headsets and also accessories around headsets.
Yeah. And also the mobile also with RGB light, so it's very fashion design. Sorry.
Yeah, I really like the color and the designs of your product. I like the color, the macaron color. They're so cute. Okay. Thank you very much for your introductions. And for those that are interested in Jessica's product, you can visit the website that's on the rolling banner and showing right now. globalsources.com/ssaid.co. So if you have any questions for Jessica, if you want to place order, just connect with her there, or feel free to send us email and then we'll forward it to her. Thank you very much, Jessica.
Thank you much.
Okay, thank you.
Have a nice day.
You too. Okay, wow. I want to get those purple headsets too. Oh, Megla, FYI, purple's my favorite color.
Mine too. Oh my gosh.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, up next we have Maija. That is, let's see. Hi, Huang.
Hey, morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Yeah, fine. So one question is, I upload the one PowerPoint and one PDF files. Is it possible to put it on the screen?
Yes, sure. Let's see. This one?
Yeah, this is good. Okay, can I start?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes,
okay,
just keep in mind, Huang, you have 5 minutes, so we don't have too much time. So yeah.
Okay, I know. Very quickly. Here's a very short PowerPoint. Okay, now I'm Mr. Huang from Maija in Dongguan. Actually, we are a manufacturer for the smart switches. We only focus on these things. We don't have a lot of products. So all our products are about the smart switch. So smart switches, our switches can work with Amazon Echo and Google Home for voice control. This is popular in recent years. We worked for this project for since 2017, around this is the 5th year. So we only do one thing. Okay, so next page. Yeah, and because I know today a lot of audience are Amazon sellers, so I will talk about the Amazon issues because we worked with Amazon sellers at the very beginning of our project started, and we service for some top brands on Amazon.com. Okay, next page. Okay, first I will talk about our product. As I say, we only do the smart switches, especially for the dimmer switches. People in the US or in the Western Union, they must know they have a lot of dimmers at home. So we just transfer the traditional switches to the smart one. We build in the Wi-Fi or Zigbee, make it to connect to the internet, and then use the smartphone and the voice to control their lights. And we also support OEM to put your brand on our product. And we also, when you search smart switch or smart dimmer, you will see a lot of products from our company, and then you can refer our catalog and to the picture on Amazon.com. I think on the first 3 pages, you will see a lot. Okay, next page. And we also have a lot of support for Amazon sellers. First, we can put your label on the product and make the FBA shipping. And you don't need to involve anything. You just make order and all the products will go to your Amazon warehouse and then you can sell it. This is very easy. And second, because this product has a lot of technical requirement knowledge, like installation, setting up. So the sellers always receive a lot of queries from their customers or the end users. Then we have our own ticket system for tech support. So our customers, our clients, they will have an account on our system and to upload their tech queries. And then our support team will reply these questions within 1 day. And we already solved, I think, more than 1,000 different tickets. And number 3, I know on Amazon, the end users, they always return products. Some products are damaged, or some of them are defective. So how can we solve this? We have the warehouse in the US to receive these returns. If the product is defective, we will send a new one for our customers. And this is what we're doing. Okay, next one. Yeah, this is the end of this presentation. Next, I want to share something about our product. Okay, can you open that catalog? Okay, next page. Next page. Yeah, okay, no. The content. Yeah, this is just a content about the product we're having. And Zigbee, it's also wireless. And for this house without neutral wire, if you know something about the switch, you will know some houses in the US or in Europe, they don't have a neutral wire, especially the old house. So it's very difficult for them to use the smart switches. So Zigbee is a solution. And then from the second page, we introduce a lot of dimmers. So we have different types of dimmers. This is our major product. Different types of dimming method, leading edge, trailing edge, and also some single pole, 3-way, and these are what I promote now. And I think if you are looking for smart switches, especially dimmers, so looking from us or contract with us is the right choice. Okay, next. This is the Zigbee switches, 1 GaN, 2 GaN, 3 GaN for the European. Okay, next. This is a touchable dimmer for single pole, 3-way, both support. And you can see it also supports Android phones, iPhone, and also supports Echo and Google Home. Okay, next page. This is also dimmer, but different dimming method and support different kinds of lamps. So for dimmers, the dimming performance is very, very important. Some brands like Lutron and Liviton, they already working for this for many years to improve the dimming performance. So this is what we are doing in past 5 years. Okay, next. Dimmer, okay, the same, different shapes. Okay, next. This is the on-off switch, not a dimmer, just for on-off. And as you say, our products, we don't have a lot of features. What we are looking for, what we focus on is just the stability. Make it very stable and reliable. And because the switches, the dimension are standard, you cannot change. And the features are also standard. For a switch, you can only just control your lights on off. So we don't need to do a lot of other things. We just make the components very good, reliable, quality. So this is what we're doing. Okay, next. And this also, okay, this is a plug. This is for the Japan market. Okay, we have the PSE certification. This is very difficult. Only this one for Japan. Next. As plugs, this is the very beginning product we have. The first year we started the project. So just for the North America smart plug. I know there are a lot of this kind of product in the US now, but frankly speaking, we don't promote these products for a long time, but we still have some in the stock. Okay, next. This also a plug, smart plug, especially for Europeans. Then you can see there are some for UK and France and Italy, some different countries. So we just change the head and make it stable. This product already selling on the European some supermarket under client brand. Okay, next. This also plug, the same, just like the same as the previous one. Okay, next. Yeah, plug and LED controller. These products is some of we developed before. And we also developed some products for our clients, but it's confidential. I cannot share here. But in general, similar IoT products, Wi-Fi products, we are capable to do that, and it depends on your requirement. And for the Amazon centers at the very beginning. I think you would think to purchase our existing ones, and we will talk about OEM issues in the future or ODM issues. And then we have our own motor injection team, and also have our PCB design team. So for IoT products, especially for the switch, yeah, for us it's easy. And the leading time for design is around 2 months, and including molding, PCB design, programming, everything. And all our products is based on 2R platform. If you have your own platform, and I know some big brands they have, so we have to work with your software team to finish the new project.
Okay, Juan, thank you. Thank you very much, Juan. So you do dimmers and light switch. We have one question from the audience. Jerry asks, does the dimmer work with any type of lights? So
not really. For lamps, there are different kinds of lamps, right? And especially for LED, the dimmable LED and the non-dimmable LED. But for the dimmable LED, it also has, in general, if a good dimmer, it has a very big compatibility with different kinds of dimmable LED. So if your lights are dimmable already, so yes, we can work with that. So dimmable LED is required.
Okay, so thank you very much. So Jerry, if you have any further questions for Juan, you can contact him on globalsources.com/maija.co, and I'm sure he's happy to answer your questions there. Okay, thank you very much, Juan. Sorry, time's up, and we have to move on to our next session. We have a very intensive agenda with us. Thank you, and see you soon. Wow, we have so many products to talk about. Okay, Magla, I'm going to pass the stage back to you. We have to catch up on our schedule now.
Yes, we have to. So I'll see you in about an hour or so, Karen, for our final prizes giveaway for our quiz.
Yes, we'll have prizes later. Okay, yes, see you in an hour.
See you.
Okay.
All right, so let's move on to the next session with Steven Selikoff, and we've got AJ. And we're going to be talking about something very interesting. And this is something that Steven is super passionate about. And this is shipping. And Steven and AJ are going to be myth busters. They are going to bust some myths about shipping and misinformation, misconception. So going to be a super interesting conversation. And I see AJ, are you ready? You're live, AJ. So that's not, okay. So, Steven, do you want to get started? I can share your slides, and then we can just get started. Or wait, first let's have AJ do a bit of an introduction, because Steven, you've done an introduction in the previous session. So, AJ, just quickly tell people about yourself, your background, and how you help importers.
Well, I've been around the circuit, so to speak, for almost 2 years now, but my background has always been in supply chain and logistics. So I've been doing this for about 20 years, been seeing a lot of changes, a lot of challenges, especially with the advent of COVID-19. So here I am with Steven and Meg. I've worked with you guys several times already, and very passionate about the same things that Steven has. Bottom line, we'd like to deliver and give you, the best bang for the buck in terms of information, knowledge, or even service. And I'm with Titan Worldwide.
Awesome. Fantastic. So, Steven, are you ready? Should I go ahead and share your slides?
Yeah, I'm sitting in Calgary, Canada, where it's -6 degrees and it says feels like -18 Fahrenheit. So let's get to the slides because I need to warm up. Talk about something
Let's do
hot.
this. All right, over to you. Just let me know when you want me to switch slides.
Excellent. There, let's switch right to the next slide. And that can talk a little bit about what we're going to be talking about today, because there are a lot of myths. There's misinformation about shipping, and the more you know, the better you're going to be for your business. What AJ and I are going to talk about today, we're going to talk about the basics of shipping. Let you learn a little bit that will make you more powerful, more knowledgeable. We're going to talk about the terminology, and we're going to talk about abuses. This is a big one. There are so many opportunities for providers to be abusing the system. This section itself is probably going to make this a very reviewed and seen again and again video. So if you're watching live, strap yourself in. This is going to be a lot of fun. And if you're watching this on a recording, good for you, because you're going to have your eyes opened. Let's start off with the next slide and start off with the real basics. The good news: shipping is not rocket science. If you are able, particularly Amazon sellers, if you're able to understand the Amazon system, if you're able to figure out your PPC, if you're figuring out the algorithm, if you know how to optimize, you've already conquered topics that are a lot more complicated than shipping. And there's no reason why you should not know shipping. So AJ and I are going to walk through what some of these basics are. I'm going to start with the first one. What's carriage? Carriage is moving your goods from one place to another. And the three most common types of carriage we're talking about are air freight, sea, and air courier. So I'm going to start off with air courier. That's DHL, FedEx, and so on. Got to be there absolutely, positively overnight, or whatever the old advertisement was for FedEx. That's the fastest and the most expensive. Air freight is when your products go onto airplanes, and usually the belly of a commercial flight, and then it may go to 2 or 3 different flights before it eventually ends up being where you are. It's a lot faster than ocean, than sea freight, but it's also more expensive. And lastly is sea. That's the one that most people are familiar with. You're having your supplier produce a bunch of product, and either the supplier or you arrange with a shipper or freight forwarder to have it sent. It gets put into a container. That container goes onto a boat. The boat comes across the ocean. If it's coming to the US, it goes across the Pacific, lands in probably California or other places, and then it comes off. That's where most Amazon sellers trip up. And that's what we're going to talk about a lot today. Moving on a little bit, LCL versus FCL. You're going to hear these terms a lot. LCL means less than a container load. FCL is a full container load. That means the entire container is filled with your stuff. LCL means it's not the full container, so someone else's stuff or a few other people's are in there as well. As you can see, this is basic. There's no reason you don't learn this. And this is a good place to point out that if you simply know the difference between LCL and FCL, whether it's a full container of stuff or if it's less than a full container, LCL, that's how much stuff is in the container. And I'm saying that because I have seen again and again on Facebook posts from supposed freight forwarders who don't understand what LCL and FCL are. They start using that interchangeably with types of carriage, types of Incoterms, such as DDP or FOB or so on. LCL and FCL, they're separate from Incoterms. We'll deal with that in a moment. So if you just remember LCL, less than a container load, FCL, full container load, right away, you're ahead of a lot of these so-called professional freight forwarders. AJ, you want to, any other comments you're going to make in here before I piss off more freight forwarders?
You're pretty much on the ball, Stephen. So you're doing good so far. Doing excellent.
So the big questions, and this has been going on since boats carried stuff from some Roman port to a Greek port thousands of years ago. The question is, whose goods are they? If you buy it from a supplier and they're sending it to you and you're picking it up in another place, who owns it when? Where are they handed off from one to the other? If the boat gets attacked by Poseidon or some sea monster, who has to pay for it? And when it comes into another country, who pays the customs and the duties? And finally, where do your goods get delivered? All of those are questions that have been asked from the very beginning, the start of shipping products. And they've been codified. They've been put into very simple terms, and those terms all have 3-letter acronyms. That's where you hear about things like FOB or DDP and so on. All that those are doing is answering the question, where are your goods handed off? Who has possession? Who has liability? Who pays customs? And where do your goods get delivered? That's all it's doing. That's, again, basics. And we're going to dig into each one of these. But let's start off with some big questions. What is a freight forwarder? I'm going to throw it to AJ to talk about what a freight forwarder is and an NVOCC and so on. So it's in your hands, Guy.
Thank you, Steve. That's a great handoff. Well, let's.
You're on mute for the moment. So
what's
unmute
forwarder?
yourself and keep talking. I'm not
No
sure if you
worries.
can hear that.
No worries. No worries. So what is a freight forwarder?
Okay. AJ, you are muted.
No, we can hear him.
Okay.
I
Or
can hear him,
Megla, you're
Stephen.
muted as well. Or maybe it's
No.
me not hearing your sound come
It's
through.
you. It's you, Stephen. I can hear AJ. I think you need to check
Perfect.
your speakers.
Thank you. Well, what is a freight forwarder? Let's start on that while Stephen is setting his production issues right there, equipment issues. Basically, a freight forwarder is a coordinator. He is, if anything else, in American football, what we call a quarterback, or in a symphony or conductor. He's your paid resource to make sure that your goods are picked up on time, transferred over to the various points of transfer, so to speak, along the supply chain. That's why we call it a supply chain, because everybody is linked in this one long line of different vendors, suppliers, service providers that will ensure your freight will move from point A, which is your factory's doorstep, to the final delivery, as what was mentioned by Stephen. That is, in essence, what a freight forwarder is. What is an agent? An agent is somewhat an organization that we, as a freight forwarder, would have either alliances, relationships, or we may even own it. So, for example, my company does own several agencies overseas that is part of our group. A freight forwarder may also be part of a shipping conglomerate or a shipping membership, wherein each partner or a few partners of one country may have different branches in different cities, yet we all are under that one roof of members and companies working together to make sure that your goods move from, again, point of origin to point of delivery, and we share contracts. That is an agent. What is an NVOCC? This is very much so in play when you ship your goods via ocean. An NVOCC, by definition, is a non-vessel operating common carrier. It's a mouthful, I know, but it's basically a company that's regulated in the United States that handles ocean freight. We, like ourselves, we handle loose container loads and full container loads. In that aspect, we consolidate cargo from China, for example, which is one of the busiest and main ports of export, and we have offices there or agents there in the different busiest base ports. They stuff the cargo in there. Together with your cargo, we move it to the United States and clear it. Another thing that an NVOCC does is handle full container loads, your FCL. What is a wholesaler? A wholesaler is an independent company that does not do retail. Obviously, that's wholesaling, right? But what it does are these specific companies, and there's just quite a few of them in the industry, may that be air or ocean, that sells their contracts to a freight forwarder or an NVOCC when we need volume or when we need to build cargo and traffic. So there you go, 4 points, and I hand it back to you, Stephen. Okay.
Can you all hear me?
Sorry, yes,
there
we
you
can
go.
hear you now. I had muted you, Stephen, because there was a bit of feedback from your speaker.
Oh, okay.
But yeah. So,
all right. So, so taking what he just said and putting it in summary, the freight forwarder is the quarterback. That's the person who's arranging all of these things. The agent is there behind the scenes. The agent is the person who's making those arrangements. The freight forwarder is the person who's making the sale and keeping everything coordinated. NVOCC, like a freight forwarder, but on steroids and a lot more regulated. And a wholesaler, well, guess what? Just like selling stuff, there are people out there who sell space. They sell space in these containers. That's the wholesaler. And lots of times your products may end up in the hands of a wholesaler, or actually space is bought from a wholesaler. You have no idea. Let's switch to the next slide, because I know we don't have a whole lot of time. So I'm going to rush through a couple of slides and get to the stuff that people really want to hear. So this is a cheat sheet of Incoterms. Watch this on the recording and pause here. You can break it down. But basically, these are the points where transfer can occur. It can occur at your factory, and that's where we have EXW or XWorks. It can transfer at the port, where you have FOB and so on. It can transfer all the way at the delivery point. So ownership with DDP, and this is the first of the big surprises you're going to hear, ownership of the product transfers at delivery to your warehouse or to the Amazon distribution center and so on. This is important when we start getting down to what happens when things go wrong. But for example, there are people who have had problems and they say, I've contacted UPS and they can't help me with my product. They don't know where it is or anything else. It's because it's not under your name. You're not the owner. The people who arranged it are your freight forwarder. More importantly, they're also the people who are paying for customs because they own it. And we'll talk about in a moment, that's one of the places where abuses can occur. So I'm rushing through this one. So if you're watching this and record, pause here and read this chart. Let's go to the next one. Okay, so here's a kind of a map of where things go. AJ, I'm going to let you walk through this map. And the next slide as well. Let's move it along to get onto the one after that, because that's the one people want to hear about.
No worries, no worries. Okay, so two things will come into play. China branch forwarder, which could again be our agent, company that we have ownership or a relationship with, or we're under a membership, a global membership, and the US based forwarder, which is us. So in the event or at that point wherein you call us or email your forwarder saying, hey, I got a shipment in Ningbo, for example, it won't be my company here in the US that will call and make arrangements. That will be my office in China, vis-a-vis, or AKA my agent. My Chinese branch forwarder will monitor, communicate with the factory, pull the goods out, bring it to a holding warehouse locally in China or the nearest base port, stuff it into a vessel, all the while informing me of the progress of your cargo from the time they pick up, from the time they put it in the warehouse, from the time they have booked a vessel and scheduled a vessel, to the time that they issue a couple of things: a bill of lading, and also because of 9/11 and security concerns, they have what we call an ISF filing, an import security filing, which is a document that identifies the actual exporter, the factory, pieces and weight, information that may be valid or needed in terms of national security or a national emergency. Now, very important that you guys are aware of the ISF, because if your forwarder or the agent overseas does not file the ISF within 24 hours of vessel departure, you are liable of up to $5,000 of penalty. So it's just something for you guys to consider and know. Now, when the goods are on the vessel, it's obviously heading to the United States. So that'll be our next slide. Perfect. On the upper left corner, you see the vessel coming into the container yard. And this is where we hear of a lot of problems with congestion, with vessels right now floating in the harbor in LA or in Long Beach, which just a tidbit of fact, 40% of all goods coming from all parts of the world go into the ports of Long Beach / LA. So you could see just how busy it is. From there, once we get a release from customs, we now grab the container and we bring it to the inland delivery address, or that could be a 3PL, or that could be your FBA, or that could even go to your warehouse. And again, between customs, coordinating vessel releases, paying for the containers, arranging for delivery inland, the US-based forwarder will do that. And that, in a nutshell, is the whole process from your supplier all the way to your final destination. Thank you. Back to you, Stephen.
All right. Well, that's the way it's supposed to be. Let's move forward to the next slide, Megla. That's the way it's supposed to be, as AJ just said it. But now let's talk about where there are blind spots. On the slide that I went through pretty quickly, that Incoterms, I asked who pays for customs and who owns it. When you're shipping DDP, that's being handled by the shipper, by the freight forwarders company. And that allows a lot of places where there is no transparency. So let's go through this, because this is going to be where you start saying, wait a second, I think I may have been bamboozled a bit. Flat versus pallet loaded. Pallet loaded, you have your stuff put up onto a pallet. It fits out there nice and perfectly square, and you expect to have that whole pallet put into the container. When you are in control of your product and your container, this happens. It's great. And as we had in an earlier session, it was mentioned that helps control your costs, because you may have to do cross dock when it arrives in the US. However, it also makes it less per unit cost if you could just squeeze a whole lot of stuff into that container, sort of like Grandpa did with the back of the station wagon going on summer vacation. Well, guess what? You may have thought you're getting pallet loaded stuff, but if you're doing DDP, that freight forwarder is going to take it off the pallet and shove as much stuff into that container as possible. And then when it gets to the United States, they'll take it back and stick it on a pallet and pretend it was on the pallet the whole time. And then suddenly you're scratching your head saying, I'm missing 4 cartons. What happened to them? Well, who knows? But it certainly was not on the pallet as you expected it to be. Next, the freight forwarder's warehouse. This is a great one. What happens is, and I think a lot of new sellers have experienced this, they don't know one freight forwarder from another, but someone says, hey, we've got a great, we've got a ship leaving on Tuesday, and it's this special super duper ship that's going to get it super fast to you and everything else. You just have to sign today and give us all of our money. And you do. And then it goes to the freight forwarder's warehouse, and you think it's going out on that ship, but in fact, it could be sitting in the warehouse. And it could be sitting in that warehouse for days or weeks, particularly if the freight forwarder is waiting for prices to come down so they can make a little extra money. How do you know? You don't have visibility. There's no transparency. It could be sitting in the warehouse. Or what container is it on? Again, with DDP, you do not have visibility. So do you know what container it's on? No. All you have is someone that you don't know telling you it's on such and such container. Well, that's fabulous. If you know what that container is and you can verify it, that's fabulous. If you can't verify it, it's just a container number. Which boat? Well, if you don't know the container, you don't know which boat it is. They could tell you it's on the Mayflower or the Nina Pinta Santa Maria, and it's not. And it could still be in that warehouse. They can say anything because there is no validation, there is no verification of which boat it really is. It's just an email. So how do you know it arrives? You don't. You're just going to follow that name. You're following the Mayflower. It's arrived. Wow, that's great. It's wonderful. I'm happy. I paid extra for it to be shipped out on Tuesday. It's on its way. It's landed. Oops, it's still in the freight forwarder warehouse. You don't know. You don't know when it arrived. And you don't even know what the customs declaration is. And now this is where things get really antsy. So I'm going to go back a few years. There were a number of people who were bringing in garden stuff. Actually, it was pesticides, and it was coming in through DDP. They were left off the customs declarations because they were banned for sale in the US, but they still got through. They were sold on Amazon. Amazon got into a whole lot of trouble. They had to make an agreement with the Environmental Protection Agency. Those people that sold them were banned from Amazon, but one bad apple spoils it for the bunch. Everyone else, as part of the agreement with the Environmental Protection Agency, have to go through pesticide training now. Why did that happen? Because pesticides that were banned in the US were sent DDP. They arrived, and the people who did that did not know that they were banned. Their supplier said, yeah, we sell it. And their freight forwarders falsified the customs declaration. Does this happen often? Well, the answer is yes. Because if you're a DDP freight forwarder, it is very common to have the wrong amount on the customs declaration, the wrong products on the customs declaration. It's kind of like going over the speed limit. It's been going on for years and years and years. Everybody knows about it, but as long as it's just slightly above the speed limit, people let it go. That's how a lot of companies make their business on DDP. But when things go wrong, they go really, really wrong. So what happens now? You don't know whether your product's been shipped or not. It's in a freight forwarder's warehouse. They give you a number, an email that you think, oh, now I got all this great information. But there's no verification. It's the actual boat that it's on or the actual container it's on. There's no verification. If it's not the boat, you don't know when it arrived. You have no visibility to the customs declaration. So what are you told instead? You're told to forget that there's technology. You're told to forget that there's satellite tracking. You're told that your stuff's left on the boat, and when it goes through all of the processes at unloading, when it goes through all of the we'll talk about in a moment, the excuses that go on unloading, then UPS is going to give you a tracking number. So you sit there waiting and waiting and waiting, and I've seen and talked to people who've waited for weeks and weeks and weeks for UPS to pick it up. And that freight forwarder, who knows very well that it's still sitting in a warehouse, turns around and says, well, UPS has got problems, but we're great. We're wonderful. What's the reality? This is where things get antsy. The reality is they have to come up with excuses. Why is it that your product has not been picked up by UPS yet? UPS is late. It takes 5-10 days to get through customs. It takes another 2 weeks to get through a customs inspection. Congestion is holding things up by 4 weeks. When it's unloaded, there's all sorts of delays. Let's talk seriously now. The congestion is not nearly as bad as it was back in December and November. It's much, much less. That excuse, out the window. Customs takes 2 weeks to go through customs. No, it doesn't. Customs is done by someone sitting on a computer. They type it in. It takes a few minutes, maybe 5 minutes if they're a slow typer. They fill out a 1075 form. That's it. It's all done by computer. It's not like the airport. It doesn't take weeks. It takes minutes. If your freight forwarder is telling you it's taking weeks to go through customs, they're telling you it's still sitting in a warehouse and it wasn't sent out on the right ship. What other excuses have you heard, AJ?
I've heard that each and every container that gets into the United States needs to be disinfected.
Okay, that's another big one. Yeah, that doesn't happen. When it gets taken off of the boat and that container gets set down in that yard, on the west coast of the U.S., it has to be moved out of that yard and processed within 4 days. And AJ, you were telling me that's down to the average now is 3 days. Is that what's going on?
It's about. I mean, that's when your vessel actually docks onto a berth, and that's when they start moving containers
Right.
to the chassis. It's about 3-4 days, and then you just have to wait for the release, which will take a couple more days. But you're pretty much in the money, Stephen.
And one of the cool things, if people coming into Port of LA or Long Beach, if you ever get a chance to see videos, and there's some of them on YouTube, they get loaded onto these chassis that are computer driven. There's no truck, there's no driver. These things go around like it's a Disney movie. And then your freight forwarder tells you there's problems with the drivers. No, there are no drivers in that particular process. It's all computer driven. Why all these excuses? Because you have no visibility. There are blind spots. So how do you get rid of this blind spots? Let's get to the next slide if we can. There we go. Your bill of lading. This is your new best friend. The bill of lading is your bill, gives you the ability to track your product the entire length of the process. If you go to tracktrace.com, you put in a container number. The container number is on your bill of lading. You will see what ship it's on. You will see that you can then use a marine tracking site to track that ship all across the world. That bill of lading is a legal instrument that shows who owns it and who has possession. If you're paying your factory FOB, you may have be presented your bill of lading upon telex. That just means you've paid off your factory. They're saying, yes, you now own it. Bill of lading. Do you get a bill of lading with DDP? You do not. You might, if you're very lucky, get a house bill of lading if you have a legitimate freight forwarder who's going to try to stay as honest as possible. But you don't get that bill of lading. And that bill of lading is what going to tell you where your product is at any time. So I know I'm going along fast here, but hopefully this is information that you're starting to register and say, wait a second, I don't know what's happening with my products. They're taking weeks and months to come across the ocean. And in fact, what's happening is those delays are often there because of the blind spots that you can't see. You don't know if your products even left China. And I will tell you honestly, I get at least 2, sometimes 3 times a week. I'll be talking to clients who say, I don't have my products. And I say, just relax. It will come. It's not that your products are lost. They're just, you don't have visibility and they might still be sitting in a warehouse. This is important right now because the costs are coming down. And it makes sense for someone who gives you a purchase price 1 week to delay things a few weeks to see if the prices come down and they can make some more money off of you. I'm going to ask to go to the next slide real fast because this is a picture of marinetraffic.com, but there are a few of these sites. Once you have that bill of lading, you can actually see where your ship is. So, folks, we're going to go through the next part fast again because I know we're short on time, but if you have questions, start typing them in because I'm sure we've got some questions now that you see stuff that's actually happening. Costs, why are they high? I'll let you take this one, AJ.
Thank you, Stephen. Obviously, we know why shipping rates have skyrocketed in the last few years. And again, that's what I say, the perfect storm. It's obviously because of COVID, and that just wreaked havoc on the world economy. That wreaked havoc on the shipping schedule, shipping lines, personnel, equipment availability, a quick trade war between China and India at one time, failure to bring back containers into China, failure to move enough containers on a timely manner. And aside from that, we had chassis issues and we have driver issues. We had, a lot of people simply got sick and took a while to come back. If you remember, in China, with a zero tolerance on an policy in COVID, they literally shut down the ports. At one point last January, for example, there were 800 longshoremen at one particular day that were absent because they were down with COVID. So those factors contributed to the skyrocketing. And again, greed of the ocean carriers. They're seeing a great demand, for their services, and they haven't really made handsome profits for the last 10 years. So now it's profit taking. When are they coming down? Yes, go ahead.
When will they come down? This is great because AJ and I have had this conversation, and I think one thing, he thinks another thing. I'm optimistic. I think we're going to see them come down over the next few months. AJ, you don't think so?
No, I believe so. I'm with you, but at different particular times, because traditionally we do have trends and upswings in the market. I mean, spring, summertime. That's when, even traditionally, even before COVID, that's when all of the goods for the Christmas season comes in. And then again, you have another phase of congestion there. So that's what we're seeing. However, right now, the costs are coming down. Stephen is very right about that.
So what's a full container cost, let's say, from Ningbo to Long Beach now compared to where it was 4 months ago?
I'd say about 13-ish right now. This week would be an average sell by on the market. Several months ago it went as high as 25,000, near 30 at peak of summer. Again, the higher price points were market driven by a lot of these companies that were into manufacturing, automotives, computers, high tech goods that had assembly lines here in the United States, and they cannot afford to have their supply chain disrupted, and they were willing to pay a price just so that they could deliver goods here in the United States completed, and they needed a lot of those commodities overseas. So that's those are the people that were willing to pay the higher and or highest prices.
Yeah, it was like structured extortion. So what can you do?
We've got one question. We've got one question from Christine, if you want to take it. I think it's kind of relevant. If demand for shipping is so high, why would the cost of shipping come down? What can force it to come down?
All right, really good question. And I'm a big fan of Adam Smith and the law of supply and demand. He wrote this 250 years ago, and we still see it today. What happens is the demand is high. So with the high demand, supply can charge anything that they want. And with supply is controlled, it's no longer a free market. So Adam Smith's supply and demand saying it should come down is based on a free market. There is no free market. Here's a big surprise. You've probably heard of a lot of the different names of shipping companies. Hapag-Lloyd, Matson was thrown around a lot recently, and so on. There's hundreds of shipping companies. Probably 17 of them make up the top 20% of shipments. But this is what you don't know. They belong to alliances. The Alliance, what is it? M2 Alliance and One Ocean Alliance. So these 98% of trans-Pacific shipping. And when they say we're going to charge this much, all the shipping, all the steamship lines, the people who own these vessels all agree this is how much we're going to charge. So the big deal here, Christine, is that it's not a free market. And they were losing hundreds of billions of dollars since probably 2001. There have been rumors about increases in prices since probably 2015, 16. So we all expected this, but as AJ said, it's a perfect storm. It all came together. So what you're saying should work, but it's not. It's not a free market. It's controlled by 3 alliances. So
correct. And another addendum. I mean, if you remember, Stephen, in your class when I had Report Monthly, these carriers, the same alliances, were actually pulling ships out of the line for servicing.
Oh yeah, they had blank sailings, so they're decreasing the supply to force up the price. There's a lot of greed out there. So let's go to the next slide. How do you choose a freight forwarder that you know is being honest? Well, you want a freight forwarder with accountability. If they're not being honest, you want to have some sort of recourse. So this is great. The Federal Maritime Commission, just do a Google search, Federal Maritime Commission list of registered NVOCC or freight forwarders. Use that list. If they're not registered with the Federal Maritime Commission, there is no recourse. But if they are registered, then you can sue them. You can go after them. You can say, hey, you told me this and this didn't happen. It's the simplest thing in the world. And I've seen posts from people saying, isn't there a list of who we should be looking at for freight forwarders? There is. The Federal Maritime Commission has the list. So there's your win right away. You want a freight forwarder, you want to do DDP when you start off, that's great. Focus on your sales. Focus on your listings. Focus on your optimization. Don't worry about learning freight forwarding. Don't worry about learning about shipping. Do your DDP, but choose someone, if things go wrong, that's accountable. And then, as you get used to this, take the training wheels off the bicycle and learn about shipping. So right away, biggest win you're going to get tonight, Federal Maritime Commission. Just Google their list. They're out there. Let's pop to the next slide. All right. So strategies. And I'm watching the clock, Megala. I'm counting down the seconds here. First timers, go ahead with DDP because you need to focus on your product and you're getting it properly done. Sourcing. And frankly, with sourcing, check out all the new stuff that's happening with global sources on the new site design. Do DDP, but choose a shipper that's listed with the Federal Maritime Commission. Veterans, learn shipping. You guys are smart enough to learn everything else. Most of you guys know shipping, but if you're not, take a weekend and just research it out. LCL. LCL, as we said, is less than a container load or a loose container load. When you do that and you can get squeezed in with other products, that's where those blind spots and abuse can occur. And I'll tell you right now, I know a few people who have FCL, full containers, one product that gets declared, and they ship DDP, and they found that their product gets pulled apart and put into 4, 5, 6 different containers because now those blind spots are there and there's opportunities for misvaluation and not the proper counts and so on products. And that's how some of these questionable freight forwarders make their money because it's not really being properly accounted for when it's brought into the U.S. and you don't have visibility. Visibility is super, super important. Megala, give me a smile if I'm close to being on time. All right, that's a first. All right, AJ, anything you want to say to wrap up?
Well, always be prepared. Find your freight forwarder through fmc.gov. We're there. Our NVOCC name is called Silverhawk. It's there, and it'll list under Titan Warehouse. I have my contact info. But also, the buzzword for supply chain managers back in the day was just in time. And unfortunately, that strategy is not resilient. Nowadays, we call it just in time and just in case. So you got to pad a little more when you order. May cost you a little more upfront in terms of having to pay for X amount of goods, would be a little more on the transportation side, but you have enough buffer should there be another crisis in the supply chain. And that will save you a lot of headaches, save you a lot of time, bottom line, save you a lot of money, and even save your business.
Excellent.
That was
Thank you very much.
fantastic. And I think, yeah, I think that was such a good breakdown of the entire process. And people really don't understand what happens behind the scenes. So there are a couple of questions in the comments, and I had one question as well. A lot of people do DDP because of the benefits that it brings in terms of consolidation. And this is what freight forwarders do in China as well, right? I mean, they consolidate a lot of the shipments together from different people, and then they pass on the cost benefits, because then you don't have to pay the fees for each document and each importer. You don't need to pay all of those fees. It's just imported under one company's name. Like, all of the goods are imported under one company's name into the US, and that results in cost savings. And I think that is one reason why DDP costs are overall sometimes lower than LCL, because you're not paying all of the document charges and the port charges, and those charges are kind of spread across to all
that's
of
what
the.
that's what
is
you
that,
want.
is that accurate? Mm-hmm.
That's what you want to. That's what you're told. That's what you want to think. Yes, absolutely. It's nice to be able to have only one fee paid and spread across everyone and so on. That's why you want to have someone who's shipping DDP to be registered, because you want to make sure that's all they're doing. But most of the margin that questionable shippers are getting is because they are falsifying the documentation when stuff is brought into the country. So yes, that's a very valuable way of saving money, as you've brought up, but that's not the only way that they are saving money. They're saving money because it's in many ways being smuggled, and that's what we saw happen with pesticides, and we saw how that ended up, and it's happening left and right. So
may I interject?
Sad news there.
Yeah, go ahead.
Alan, the second Mythbuster. What you framed there in that statement is what justifies for DDP cost savings. In reality, you're in business to make business, to get money, make money. So you have to factor in the costs, and you have to respect a country's methods of doing business. The fastest analogy, or the best analogy that I could show you, wherein your first statement, oh yeah, we save because it's under one shipper, it does not work that way. Technically, each and every importer that's an Amazon seller have to register and clear goods with US Customs. The fastest analogy, or the easiest analogy, is just imagine a plane load rather, of Chinese tourists with a Chinese tour guide all going to America to go to Disneyland now that it's open. Now they're all lined up. We have 200 of these visitors plus the tour guide going in front of the customs immigration officer. Tour guide pulls out the passport and a visa, gives it to the U.S. Immigration officer. Immigration officer stamps it. Tour guide goes in, and the rest of the 200 follow in to the United States. It doesn't happen like that. Even in any port of entry, each and every person entering the United States must have a passport. There is a process for each and every shipper / Amazon seller to go through the United States, declare entry, get through with the paperwork. You cannot consolidate 200 shippers in a container under one shipper and one consignee.
I correct you. You should not.
You should not. You should not.
Because it is done again and again.
It is done. Yeah.
But that is, in essence, technical smuggling. Now, one perfect example I've had is a client of mine who'd been importing in the Amazon space. I won't name the commodity, obviously, but he successfully enjoyed this particular product for 4.5 years doing DDP, and finally said, hey, it's time for me to scale up. So the first thing I asked for is, hey, give me your docs, give me your EIN, employee identification number. Let me run that through customs to find out your import history. We sent the EIN through our customs broker. Guess what? No importer
Zero.
of record for 4.5 years of doing business. So how did his goods go through? The biggest question. Again, there are the correct ways of doing business, because there could be eventually severe repercussions, which could shut you down, which could ban you, which could even impose criminal charges or fines.
Now, by the way, you're also losing opportunities to declare your taxes because you can get a lot of fees refunded on taxes when you're importing. But if you're not even the importer of record, nobody knows.
Right.
Other questions?
Let's take
because
one
I know
last
we've got
question.
Chelsea coming up, and Chelsea is really someone that you guys want to listen to. She's fabulous. So thank you, Chelsea, in the back wings, being patient for us.
Yes, Chelsea's waiting there. She's waving at you. I can see her. Okay, one last question, and then we'll let you guys go. So Christine is asking, what recourse do you have if your products are not where your freight forwarder says they are?
Well, two things. It depends on who your freight forwarder is. If your freight forwarder is a registered freight forwarder, your recourse is really straightforward. You contact them and say, hey, where are my goods? They're not where you say they are. And they have to be licensed and bonded, and there's all sorts of repercussions they can have because you actually have recourse. But if they're not registered, all you can do is, frankly, twiddle your thumbs and hope that they do show up. There is nothing else you can do. And again, I've actually put people in touch with a really good attorney in China, because they're just so upset that their stuff was screwed up. The attorney's calling me up saying, Stephen, you know there's nothing we can do. There is nothing you can do. In fact, if they get so many complaints, they'll just shut their doors and open their doors again with a different name. So.
Last question from New You. So one of my suppliers introduced Alibaba Express as the cheapest shipping, said it was an alternate, never used it or heard of it prior. Is there other options for me?
I love your name, New You. That is wonderful. So Alibaba Express is another way of purchasing products, often used for drop shipping. It's not what you want to be doing. So, yeah, there are lots of options for shipping, but Alibaba Express, that's not one.
Right. So let's wrap up here, and I just want to show the URLs and talk a little bit about the companies that these gentlemen are representing. So AJ is from Titan Worldwide, and they're a freight forwarder. If you have any questions, or if you want to seek their services, go ahead to titan-worldwide.com to get more information. And then Stephen, of course, is productdevelopmentacademy.com. And feel free to reach out to him if you are looking to develop products from scratch, if you need help with sourcing, negotiating, or any of those kinds of things. So thank you so much, AJ and Stephen, for joining us. Really good presentation, lots of good insight. I'm sure our audience learned a lot today. So thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you,
All
Stephen.
right. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Okay, so let's move on to the next presentation, and we've got Chelsea Cohen from So Stocked. Hi, Chelsea. How are you?
Good. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you so much for patiently waiting backstage. We're running a bit late. And first of all, I love what you have behind you, that poster behind you. I just love that. Fed up with this sheet. Awesome. Okay, so Chelsea, let's get straight into it. So do you want to share your slides, and let's get straight into it. So you've got a presentation, and you're going to be talking about inventory management, which is just so critical and so complicated nowadays.
Yes. Yeah. Let me see. I've got to share let me make sure I can share it properly.
Yeah.
Okay.
So everybody watching, make sure that you stay until the end of this session, because we've got some prizes coming up. Right after Chelsea's presentation, we're going to go into prizes, and we're going to do our quiz. We're going to ask you a couple of questions, very easy questions. And then the first person to respond correctly is going to be getting some very, very cool prizes. So stick around until the end. We've got about 30 minutes to go before we go into our quiz and prizes.
All right. Can you guys see my screen now?
Yes, we can see a screen. All right.
Fantastic.
Let's go.
All right. So yeah, so we are talking about, I say upleveling inventory for 2022. Really, we're going to be talking about just essentially the past 2 years have been really crazy. I think we can all acknowledge that they've been really crazy. And we all were kind of leading with the idea that this was going to be a temporary situation and things are getting better, but we're realizing that this is more long-term than maybe we thought. So we need to become more flexible with how we're approaching supply chain. We also need to become smarter in terms of how we are essentially looking at the profitability of our products. And so I'm going to be talking about flexibility, so logistics flexibility, as well as talking about profit optimization across your supply chain to be able to recover your margins, which I think is a vital necessity when you're coming into 2022, as we, of course, are right now. All right, a little bit about me. So I've been selling on Amazon since 2014. I've been immersed in Amazon inventory for over 3 years. Currently spoken to hundreds of 7, 8, and 8-figure, 6, 7, and 8-figure sellers, written over 50 articles on inventory and supply chain management, been on podcasts, and am the co-founder of SoStock.com. It's an inventory management software that's currently used and recommended by top masterminds, agencies, aggregators, and influencers. And so I, for some weird reason, love inventory, love the idea of being able to increase your profitability by avoiding stocking out and really finding money in your supply chain. So we're going to cover some of that stuff. So first of all, let's get into logistics flexibility. And I really like what AJ said in the last segment. He talked about there's just-in-time stocking and just in case. So that's exactly what I'm going to be covering here and what your logistics should look like. We're very used to our logistics. We used to be used to our logistics going from China and maybe going directly into Amazon. And of course, restock limits as well as just supply chain chaos has made that pretty much impossible for most people. So I have a golden rule. I developed it in 2015 when I had a huge stock out problem. And that golden rule is never let anyone have all your stuff. When I talk to people about stocking out, I like to find out why they stocked out. And you would be surprised at how many people stocked out because they let someone have all their stuff. They put all their stuff on a boat and that was all the inventory they had. Or they sent all their stuff in a truck to Amazon and Amazon failed to check it in. In one way or another, they let somebody have all their stuff and they stocked out. So because we have so many problems with Amazon checking in on time, as well as problems with the ports, it's important to have just in case, have these solutions to avoid something like that. So the way that you should be setting up your logistics for 2022 is to order more than you need. So if you want to ship a container load, you should order more than a container load and keep inventory at your suppliers and only send it via air if you absolutely need to. You have just in case, if just in case the ocean freight doesn't arrive on time and I'm about to stock out, I want to have a little bit extra that I can air freight over, for example, and you only incur that cost if you absolutely need to. So one of the benefits of structuring this way is you can usually negotiate with your supplier to hold this inventory free of charge. So free warehousing for, let's say, a couple of months usually is able to be negotiated. And so that saves you on those warehousing costs. But the other thing that you might be able to talk to your supplier about is the possibility of only paying for what ships. So you place an order for, let's say, an ocean container plus a couple of months, and you pay, let's say, 30% down. And then when the ocean freight ships, you pay for that other percentage. You pay for that other 70% only on that. And you only pay for the additional inventory sitting in their warehouse once it leaves their warehouse. So it helps you to get a little bit more flexibility with your cash flow, helps you to, be able to more easily handle placing a larger order than, let's say, you were planning to originally. And then, of course, you want to carry that same concept over into your 3PL. So you want to, you bring stuff to your 3PL, you send it to Amazon, right? You have less than truckload or you have a full truckload and you send it to Amazon, but you don't want to put everything on that truck. You want to hold additional inventory at your 3PL and send it small parcel delivery if you absolutely have to, right? If Amazon just decides that they're going to take 5 weeks to check your inventory in, then you want a solution to have extra inventory at your 3PL to send that inventory in. And then, of course, having a fulfilled by merchant option is extremely important because, like we said, Amazon sometimes decides they're not going to check your inventory in right away. And we'll talk a little bit about why that is and how you might be able to overcome that. But it's important to have a way to fulfill inventory, not just because Amazon might take forever to check yours in, but also because you have restock limits and it sometimes gets difficult to keep all of your inventory in stock. All right, let's talk about the trucking. So if you've ever wondered why your stuff arrives at Amazon and then takes forever to check in, like most people have, you've probably experienced this at one point or another. The reason is that Amazon owns a lot of the trailers that are being used to send inventory into Amazon FBA. So it's important to understand that because they own these trailers, they can tell people just drop them off. You're not going to unload it. You're not going to, it's called what's called a live unload. You're not going to show up, unload it, and drive away with your empty container. Or your empty trailer. You're going to actually drop it and you're going to leave. Or you're going to pick up an empty container and or trailer and you're going to leave. This has become a really big problem because when your stuff gets delivered and it's not checked in, it's because there are too many trailers that are stacking up and they're not being emptied quickly enough. So it's important for you to, in order to get over this problem, it's important for you to actually become best friends with your 3PL and freight forwarder representatives. There are times when Amazon has these problems where they're not able to turn inventory or turn their trailers over quickly enough. And the best people to know what's happening in terms of check-in are your 3PL reps. They're the ones who are going to tell you what's happening. What are the best ways to send inventory? It used to be Amazon Partner Carrier, right? Amazon Freight, Amazon Partner Carrier. But because Amazon has these stipulations with Amazon Partner Carrier and Amazon Freight, specifically with full truckload and less than truckload, it becomes a problem of not being able to get things checked in. So you want to work with companies that don't have to drop their trailers. They can actually show up and drive their trailer to the dock and empty their trailer and leave with their empty trailer. So your 3PLs are going to know what companies there are that are doing this. So it's important to build a relationship with these people, right? That's first and foremost, very important. Stop using Amazon Partner Carrier as your default, right? Try other non-Amazon Partner Carriers when it is necessary. And that's specifically for less than truckload and full truckload. Small parcel delivery is still okay for Amazon Partner Carrier. It hasn't seemed to be a really big problem. So that's something to know. It's just specifically the less than truckload and the full truckload that you'll have a problem with. One thing to note if you're not using Amazon Partner Carrier is that the insurance, you have to make sure that your insurance covers any losses, because Amazon is not going to cover that. If you're not using Amazon Partner Carrier, they're not going to cover your inventory in transit if something happens to it. So that's important to note. Lastly, it's important to log your trailer numbers. Now, the reason that this is important is that Amazon can't track your packages. They don't have X-ray vision. They can't look in the trailer and say, okay, your stuff is in that trailer. They do, though, sometimes track the trailer numbers. And if they're tracking the trailer numbers, they can tell you where that trailer is if they've logged it in their system. So if you have your trailer number, you can reach out and you can contact them and you can say, hey, I'm looking for this trailer. What happened to it? And most often it's just sitting there waiting to be unchecked. But sometimes it goes to the wrong location. Now, that's not always the case. It's actually pretty rare. But if your stuff is in the wrong state, for example, as has happened in the past, there was an example of inventory that was supposed to go to Nevada and it ended up in California. And so the warehouse in California, the FBA center, they opened it up and they said, this isn't ours. And they shut the trailer and they just left it there and they didn't do anything about it. And so it wasn't until the 3PL representative called and said, hey, where's this trailer, that they finally were able to locate it at the wrong state and override and authorize for that inventory to be released into the California warehouse and then redistributed. So that was something that could have locked up the inventory indefinitely. So logging your trailer numbers can be a really good way to locate some of the inventory that might be taking a long time to check in. All right, I feel like I'm going very fast, but hopefully everyone is following. If you have any questions, type them into the chat as we go along, and I can, of course, address them. If I need to repeat anything, let me know.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on the chat, so
Okay,
there are no
good.
questions so far. So,
Good.
but yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, so this is my favorite subject. The reason that I created SoStock was just looking at my final tax returns and going, well, I thought I should have made more money this year. You know, I made a lot of sales. Where did my profit go? And so there's this concept of death by paper cuts. And so that was the original reason that I started down the road of getting really into inventory, stock outs and things like that, death by paper cuts. And so there is actually an opposite to death by paper cuts. It's little hinges move big doors. And that's a concept of just tiny little changes to your business can actually make a huge difference. And I believe that there are tens of thousands, perhaps even hundreds of thousands of dollars that are sitting in people's businesses and waiting to be recovered. Now, a lot of people are familiar with trying to renegotiate with your supplier to get your cost of goods down, or trying to dial in your PPC so that you're not spending as much on ads and your ads are converting better. But there is a kind of a black box that we don't necessarily approach and we don't feel like we can do anything about. And that is the supply chain. We don't feel like we can manipulate any of the costs there. And you might not be able to manipulate the costs very well, but there are things that you can manipulate that will make a huge difference. So I'm going to talk a little bit about a real world example. And that is carton. We're just going to talk about, just give you a picture of one piece of the supply chain that could make a huge difference. And then just a little kind of broad sketch of the other aspects that also can be included above and beyond this. So first and foremost, carton weight optimization. This is something that I came across and was looking at shipping some inventory out, and the cartons weighed 7.7 kilograms. And all of a sudden, my freight forwarder had this minimum weight, and it was 12 kilograms. So I was going to be charged 12 kilograms no matter what. 12 kilograms is a minimum no matter how much my carton weighed. So instead of being charged 7.7, I was being charged 12 for every single one of those cartons. So instead of paying $11,000 for shipment, I would be paying $17,000. Over $6,000 that would be paid, or an additional, let's say on a monthly order, or an additional $75,000 per year, simply because of the carton weight minimums. So that was pretty huge. So of course you want to add more units per carton to make the carton heavier, which is what we ended up doing. So instead of 24 units per carton, we did 40 units per carton. That not only got us to the proper weight, but also reduced the number of cartons. So the same order, instead of over 400 cartons, we had 250 cartons for the same order. And there are per carton fees. When you send your inventory into your 3PL, they're going to charge you fees to handle those cartons. Carton pull fees, carton labeling fees. And so we're looking at $3.60 per carton in this scenario, and would have been paying $1,500 for that particular shipment, and instead lowered that to $900 because there were less cartons and there were more units per carton. So you can spread those fees out across more units. So we were able to recover an extra 6 cents per unit for that particular scenario. So $600 a month, or over $7,000 a year in increase just on those carton fees. This is just changing one thing, right? We just increased the size of our cartons, we increased the units per carton, and it shifted this dramatically. So what we were looking at was weight fee savings of over $6,000. Weight fee savings over $6,000. Our unit or carton fee savings of over $600, so almost $7,000 per month in savings, or $82,000 a year. There's a lot of money, and that's just one product. So imagine stretching that across your entire catalog. You can get pretty epic. We're going to go over a couple of tools that will be helpful to you, because not only does it make a huge difference in terms of your cartons, but if you're able to get more units per carton, that helps to save money. If you're able to get more units per pallet, that saves you on money. If you're able to get more units per container, that saves money. So take this concept of carton optimization and bring it to pallet optimization or container optimization. That's actually can come to some pretty significant savings. So I want to share a couple of tools for you. One of them, we'll get back to the carton calculator, but one of them is called On Pallet. Essentially, it helps you to optimize your pallet so that you can fit the maximum number of cartons on your pallet. And then the other one is a container optimizer, right? You can fit multiple different products into that container, right? If you have like 6 different products that you're wanting to fit with 6 different box sizes, it can help you to figure that out. And that's peertopeer.com/load-calc. And then there is the carton calculator that we're building out. There isn't a carton calculator, and that's something that I found out because we had this issue within our own business. A carton calculator doesn't exist. So we work to build a carton calculator. It should be released in the next month or so. But we went actually a step further and found that the best way to build out, you can wait for the carton calculator, or you can take this concept and kind of run with it, which is what I, did myself, is the best way to figure out your optimum cartons is to look at your unit size and your pallet size and take those two and figure out the perfect combination of units per pallet, and then that way you will be able to essentially figure out the perfect carton size based on optimizing the number of cartons on a pallet, right? So that's something that can be extremely valuable for you. These tools are amazing, and a lot of our users have used On Pallet and used the peer-to-peer tool for many years. So those are free tools, very, very effective, and the carton calculator that we have coming out will be free as well.
So we've got one question from Raj.
Sure.
And she's asking, what is the maximum recommended carton weight?
Mm-hmm. So the heaviest you can have a carton is 50 pounds. If you get over, I believe it's 36 pounds, you have to label it as heavy. But 50 pounds, you can't go higher than 50 pounds. That is a standard, and that's something that Amazon also has as a standard as well. You need to be able to balance what are Amazon's requirements, what are the requirements of customs, but Amazon's requirements are actually pretty kind of catch-all. So if you look up Amazon's requirements, you should be pretty good. One caveat to that is the longest side of a carton can be up to 25 inches before you start getting into trouble. Of course, if you have an oversized product, it is going to have to be longer than that. But if you don't, then 25 inches is your maximum. However, 25 inches is not a good idea for optimization in terms of your pallets. Because if you look at the pallet dimensions, it's 40 inches by 48 inches. So how do you get more than one 25-inch box onto a pallet, right? 24, you can get two boxes at a length of 24 into that 48 inches. But 25, you're looking at 50 inches and you're oversized. So 25 is probably one of the worst measurements that you can use if you're trying to optimize your pallets. And what that means is that you'll have less space that you're able to use on the pallet. So you're going to be paying more for pallet fees. And that's specifically if you are being charged 3PL fees, right? If you're paying for 3PL pallet storage, that's where those things come into some trouble, right?
Okay, makes sense.
All right. The other thing I wanted to touch on is to kind of paint a picture of the importance of optimizing, especially if you are gearing your business to exit, right? It's important to save money now because it helps you to scale, but it's equally as important to save money before you go and sell your business, because everything that you save on is going to be multiplied. So let's say that you are exiting your business at a 5x multiple. You're going to see that the savings that you make in the years before, especially the year before you make that exit, are going to have a huge impact. So we'll take the annual profit savings that we discussed in this carton optimization, right? $82,000. At a 5x multiple, that's over $400,000. Pallet optimization, like we talked about, $15,000, let's say, for example, and an exit would be $75,000. Let's say air freight. Once you get your systems down and you're no longer stocking out, right? Let's say that you are using smart logistics and smart planning. You, let's say, save $50,000 on avoiding expensive air freight. That would be $250,000 on exit. And then avoiding stockouts based on your flexible logistics, $40,000 in savings increased to $200,000 upon exit. So a total annual savings, that would be $187,000 or almost $1 million on exit. It's something that you can't afford to lose. It's extremely important. I get extremely passionate because all of these things that I talk about are things that aggregators are doing. They're looking at those places where you stocked out or ways to optimize the cartons, lower the cost of shipping in some way. Because of these things, I would rather you do that for your business to help you scale, but also so that you put more money in your pocket when you do exit. I think it's extremely important, extremely valuable this year, especially because we have atrophied so much money and just basically trying to stay in stock, right? Doing whatever we can to make sure that we get our inventory in stock. And now is the time to start recovering some of that profit and making more money and keeping more money. I'm not sure how I am on time.
Yeah, we can start wrapping up. I mean, we're running late anyway, so.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, that's
but
good.
Yeah, we can start wrapping up.
Yeah, this is about it. But I did have some bonuses if we needed to fill the space. But I think that we are all conscious of the time. Yeah. So that's essentially what I wanted to come and what I wanted to communicate. Flexibility and attention to detail, I think, is extremely important. I think that the businesses that will thrive in 2022 are the ones that get really focused on how to keep more of the money that they're making. I think that the money is in the supply chain and that you make or lose money before your inventory even checks in. So this part of the business, the operations side, it's getting harder to hide in the margins. The margins are slimming out. So becoming laser focused on how to dial that in is more important than ever. I can share a little bit about SoStocked, or we can jump to Q&A.
No, let's talk about SoStocked. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So SoStocked, that's my company. Again, like I said, it was the solution that I brought because there was no real solution for me in the Amazon space for inventory management. We are built by Amazon sellers for Amazon sellers, meaning that we've worked with hundreds of sellers and taken feedback by hundreds of sellers. And I've had conversations with hundreds of sellers who I brought into the software to build a software that really works for Amazon sellers. We factor restock limits into your forecast, which is something that we had to add with all of these crazy policy changes. We, like I said, have over 1,000 happy customers. We do free data migration. So if you have data from another software or from spreadsheets, we help to bring that data into the software. And then we do one-on-one onboarding calls to help you to understand the software, but also understand the tools that you need specifically for your business and how you should best set your business up in terms of inventory management. We have customizable forecasting per SKU. So you can make specific settings on a SKU by SKU basis, including, like I mentioned, restock limits, velocity calculations, trends, sales spikes, stock out, factoring, making sure that stock outs are removed from messing up your forecasting. Inventory timeline, so you can understand what your inventory is going to do every step of the way, so you know whether you're going to stock out, how to prevent a stock out, and that type of thing. Order and transfer tracking to make sure that you know when your inventory is in production, when it's going to be leaving, what time it's going to be arriving, and when it's going to land at FBA. Custom inventory dashboards, so that all of the data that you want is where you want it, so you can see everything you want to see and nothing that you don't. And then POs and transfer creation. So you can click a couple of buttons and make a PO and send it off to your supplier to order more inventory. We're on the Amazon App Store. We're also on SoStocked.com, but we're on the Amazon App Store. Of course, we're Amazon sellers, so we're always interested in reviews. So you can check out some of our reviews. This is just a couple of reviews that we have that are currently on there. We're one of the top rated inventory management softwares on the Amazon App Store. So that's me. That's SoStocked. That's my presentation. If you're interested in connecting with me, you can scan the QR code below, or you can reach out at sostocked.com/connect, And if you're interested in finding out more about that carton calculator, you can go to sostock.com/headlines and sign up for our newsletter, and we'll let you know as soon as it comes out.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for that, Chelsea. And I'm just going to remove, oh, okay, there.
Yes.
Cool. Yeah, that was a lot of good information. And I mean, all of those carton optimization, I mean, people don't really think about these details. And even the previous presentation that Jamie did, and, you know, he also has a palette optimizer. So it's called shipsavvy.com. And they're also looking at, you know, the very, very minute details of how many cartons can fit on a pallet and how to optimize the space. So I think this is going to be just so important for Amazon sellers, importers in general moving forward, given, you know, the high shipping costs and all of the craziness that's going on with logistics. So attention to detail, I mean, that's the theme that I'm you know, hearing, and that's what I think people need to really focus on, right?
Yes, yeah, exactly. There's so much money that is just sitting, I think, in a lot of people's supply chain. I think I get really excited. I kind of geek out on it. But that's going to be the big message that I push all of 2022. I think that it's the most exciting thing. There are boring topics, or, you know, the unsexy topics that get really, really exciting and really sexy when it turns into tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Exactly. Well, guys, let us know if you have any questions for Chelsea. I don't see any questions in the chat right now, but let us know if you have any questions, and we will start wrapping up. So while we just wait for questions, Chelsea, I want to ask you, what are some of the most common mistakes that you see people making as far as their inventory management is concerned?
Sure. One of them is not having a good understanding of how to analyze your stockouts. There are tools out there, as well as spreadsheets that are created, that look at a stockout as only you had 0 sales or you had 0 inventory. But when we analyze a stockout, we tend to, when you plug in to a proper calculation, the stockout tends to be a bit more fine-tuned. So for example, if someone's selling 100 units a day and we're looking at a 30-day average, and they stock out for 5 days, but they also have a day before that stock out where they used to do 100 and now they, you know, did 20 that day, 20 units that day. And then they came back in stock and they did 13 units. Those 2 days, if those are counted as an in-stock day, the average is going to be thrown off. So the average is going to be reduced. Or the day that Amazon during a stock out found 1 unit, and you're used to selling 100 and you sell 1 unit, and you have a 1 unit day across a 30-day average. That has a significant impact on your total average units for that time period. So that's a huge problem. Is you really need to understand, if you're using a tool or you have a spreadsheet, how are you analyzing that stock out? So that would be number one. Number two is not having a buffer stock or not having enough buffer stock. So not having enough extra inventory and always, you know, shipping inventory in just right at the last moment. You should have at least a 30-day buffer of inventory at Amazon and also inventory at your 3PL if you have a 3PL, so that you have time to react. Let's say you have some major sales day that you didn't expect because some influencer mentioned your product. You want to be able to recover from that. Or, you have not, estimated properly and you under ordered. Those are problems that unless you have that extra cushion, you can't navigate around.
Okay, we've got a couple of questions here. So Christine is asking, how many products do you need to use So Stocked and how much is it?
Sure. In terms of how many products, we do have a DIY spreadsheet. If you have, let's say you're starting out with one product, I don't necessarily recommend it for people who have one product. There's other ways to track things. So if you are starting to have trouble, some people do start out with just using it with one. So if you do have problems with, you're having problems with stocking out, that would be a time to use it, because it does work with one product. But I would say when you start to get into, say 3 products or more, that's when you really want to start looking at an automated system, especially if you, like most of us, are running businesses with a very small team or by yourself. It's just one less thing to have to worry about, and stocking out can have huge impact on what happens with our marketing. So you work all this time to get your product, ranking, and then your stock out undoes all that work. So that would be my suggestion for that. And then as far as how much is it is a sliding scale. So it depends on what you're doing in terms of sales. Starts at $79 per month and rolls up from there based on the number of orders. So you can check out the pricing on sostock.com.
Right. And then when is the Cotton Optimizer app will be ready?
Sure. Yeah. I would say within this next month, it's going to be ready. We are trying to push it pretty heavily, but then we also have an FBA fee calculator that we were getting ready to push. And then the dimensional, Amazon launched this new thing where they're charging you for dimensional weight fees. And so we restructured the dimensional weight fees, added that into our FBA calculator. So that kind of stepped in front of releasing the carton calculator. So that one's coming out in probably the next week or so. And then the carton calculator will be coming out in the next month.
Great. Well, Jessie, thank you so much for your time today. Really good information. I'm sure the audience learned a lot. So thank you very much. And I will see you around.
Awesome. Thanks so much for having me.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
All right, so let's move on to the final segment and the most exciting segment, prizes.
Yay, I'm back.
Are now going to do a quiz, and Karen is back. Yes,
yeah, I'm back with all the
so
prizes.
Now we're going to do a quiz. But before we go into the prizes, just real quick, I want to play a very short video about our upcoming China sourcing workshop, which is a very, very useful, valuable workshop that is done by Steven Salikoff. And if you are new to sourcing from China, this is very useful for you for sure. But even if you're experienced, I mean, Steven has so much experience sourcing from China. He shares a lot of great information and strategies. And even if you're experienced, you might be able to learn a thing or two from Steven. So let's just quickly take a look at this short video.
Do you love doing this? Great. Doesn't matter. I want you to love this, and I want you to make money, which is what we're going to be talking about at the Global Sources Workshop. We're going to teach you how to find the right product at the right price. Products that customers want that you are going to sell and make a profit at. It all begins with the product, sourcing the product correctly, and that includes, by the way, negotiating for the correct price. We're going to spend a bit of time on that. Not only are we going to teach you how to negotiate, but you get to role play. You get to actually try it out. So you have experience before you have to deal with your suppliers. Now this is important. I've been doing this for quite a while. I started selling to retailers in 2001, started selling to Amazon through Amazon in 2006, started selling or sourcing from China in 2005, started going back and forth to China in 2012. I've done this as an entrepreneur, and I've done this at the large scale as global business manager for Microsoft retail sales and marketing. I know what I'm talking about, and I will help you learn the skills to get a better price for your product. So come join us at the Global Sources Workshop this March. See you then.
So check out the workshop at this URL. It's bit.ly/China-workshop. Get all the details and the dates. It's going to be held in March. We've done this workshop twice before, and everybody has come out with so much information and just so much guidance, especially about negotiation. I mean, Steven is a skilled master at negotiation, and he does this role play where you can actually but he is the supplier and you get to be the buyer and you can negotiate with him. And that's super, super, super valuable. So definitely check that out. And this is also the first in a series of workshops that we're going to be doing throughout the year on different markets. So this is China, then we have others coming up on India and Vietnam later in the year as well. So look out for those workshops. And for some of you who were asking earlier, we are going to be giving out certificates for this workshop. So if you do sign up, if you attend the entire workshop, you will get a certificate of participation as well.
Yes.
Okay, so Karen, should we do the prizes now?
Yes, and one of the prizes for the session will be a 50% discount to Stephen's workshop.
Yes,
because it's something that you must attend, and we want to give you the best we can. So here is 50% off for the first question to be answered.
Wait, let me just wait, let me do it. So
okay.
yeah.
I'm not singing here. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So let's do
okay.
So Stocked first, because I've got that in sequence. So I don't want to mess up my sequence. So the first prize that we're doing is a 60 days free trial for So Stocked. And this is going to be given to 2 people. So we're going to be asking you questions and you have to type in the answer over here in the comments, wherever you're watching, Facebook, we're not live on LinkedIn anymore, but Facebook and YouTube, wherever you're watching, type in the question. You can Google if you want to, that's fine. But this is all about being quick and being the first. So we can see all of your comments over here backstage. And so whoever answers first is going to be the winner. So are you guys ready for your first question? Fingers on your keyboard. Let's go. And the first question for 60 days free trial of So Stocked for one person is, what does FBA stand for? Now, this is a very easy question, and most of my questions are going to be very easy because we want you guys to participate. We don't want to make this super difficult. It's sort of fun as well, but you never know. Some people might not know what FBA is, right? Let's see. Do we have a winner? Not yet. So there's a slight delay, Karen, right? So we have to wait.
I
we
see
got a
one.
winner. Let's see who got it first. Jane. Yes, Jane got it. So Jane, you are a winner. Congratulations. So we will be in touch with you, or sorry, you need to email us. You need to, yes, you need to email us at this email address, summitinfo@globalsource.com. Let us know what prize you have won, and we will connect you to Chelsea for this prize. All right, so let's go to the next one. And this is also from So Stocked. It's a 60-day free trial from So Stocked. Okay, are you guys ready? It's also going to be an easy one for most. Let's see. What does FOB stand for? What does FOB stand for? Now, this is a shipping term, so hopefully people who are importing from China or elsewhere know what this stands for. FOB. Let's see. Oh, we got a winner. That was quick. Freight on Board, Lolo Trading Company. Congratulations, Lolo. So you were the first to respond, and you're a winner of 60 days extended free trial of So Stocked. Congratulations. So what you need to do, Lolo, is send us an email at summitinfo@globalsources.com. Did you know this, Karen? Did you know FOB?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was going to answer it because I want the prize as well. Too bad I can't.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
Let's
awesome. Yes, the answer is free on board or freight on board. This is one of the Incoterms that we use in importing. All right, let's see. Quite a few people have answered the question, but Lolo Trading was the first to answer it. So cool. Okay, so the next one, and this is one prize that we're giving away. This is 50% discount on one ticket of China Sourcing Workshop. And the ticket is priced at $299 US, and so you get a 50% discount on this workshop. So I think this is a pretty cool one. So are you guys ready for the question? In which year was Global Sources established? Now, if you were listening to us earlier, I actually mentioned this in the introduction earlier in the summit. So if you guys were with us,
I have a number on.
Let's see.
Oh, I see someone.
Oh my gosh, Rowie. Yes,
Yay.
you're right. Rowie, amazing. 1971.
Rowie was one of the first names we saw this morning.
Yes, awesome.
4 hours. Hi,
Rowie
Rowie.
has been here with us for like 4 hours, 4+ hours.
Yeah.
Brent says 2012. No, Brent. Yeah, this is what I was saying. I mean, this really surprises people because, Global Sources is such an established company and many people just don't realize that. So yeah, 1971. And Andy is here too, saying, Rowie, you're awesome, girl. Glad you've told us the answer in the beginning. Yes. I was trying to give a hint, right? Okay, awesome. So those were our 3 quizzes. And I think we're done for now. We are done for this session, at least. And we are going to have our next session in about, 5 hours from now, 5.5 hours. So if you are...
Yes.
Almost, yeah. So if you're in Hong Kong or Singapore or Asia, it's 5 p.m. Hong Kong time. If you're in Australia, it's 8 p.m. AEDT. And Karen, what's the time in the UK? What's the time in GMT?
It'll
8
be
a.m.,
10 a.m. 10 a.m. I think.
We're like so mixed up with all of our time zones. No, I think it's like 8 a.m. or something.
Yeah, I'm working with all these time zones and getting lost with them. UK, it will be 9 a.m.
Okay, cool. 9 a.m. UK.
Next session.
Yeah, if you're in the US, then the next session will not be at a very good time for you. It's going to be past midnight. So not a very good time to join from the US. But if you're in Australia, it's a great time. And if you're in the UK, it's a great time to join us. And we're going to be giving more prizes in the second session. And then we're going to be back for the third session at the same time that we did today. So let's just see some comments over here. Thanks. That was a great session. Christina saying, Andy says, great job, Megla and Karen, hugs. Thank you, ladies. Great information. Amazion says, see you at 5 p.m. Awesome. Thank you. And just a quick reminder to everybody who has won a prize, you need to email us at summitinfo@globalsource.com. Let us know what prize you have won, and we will connect you to the right person. So, Karen, anything else before we sign off?
I'm just looking forward to the next session already.
All right. Awesome. All right. Thank you, everyone, for joining us, and we'll see you in about 5 hours. Bye.
Okay. Bye.